Chapter 1034. Xiao Yan naturally adapted to this tunnel even faster than before after entering it once again. He opened his eyes and immediately moved, swiftly flying toward the deep parts of the tunnel. In 7 days he must find the 2 young masters of the Sea Clan in this underwater virtual realm. It was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to do. The underwater virtual realm was a world of its own. The space inside was not small. Looking for one person in thousands of miles of mountains and rivers was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention that he was looking for 2 people now. In addition to the changes in the underwater virtual realm, the environment was more or less damaged. This greatly increased the difficulty of Xiao Yan to find them. 2 hours later, Xiao Yan finally reached the end of the passage. After passing through a blue light curtain, the world in front of him suddenly opened up. In the vast and boundless world there were mountains and mountains. The lush forest covered thousands of miles. The torrential river stretched across the mountains and mountains, extending to the endless distance. However, this beautiful scene had already changed drastically at this moment. The mountains collapsed, the forests were overturned, and even the river was blocked by an inexplicable force. The whole world was filled with wild and violent roars. Birds and beasts were running around between the heaven and earth. There were even magical beasts that turned their eyes to Xiao Yan, who suddenly appeared, and they immediately roared and attacked. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. He flipped his hand and the heavy Shen ruler immediately landed in his hand. The huge ruler swept horizontally and the wide surface of the ruler smashed the huge beast that was heading toward him, sending it flying. It smashed into the mountain forest below and attracted even more magic beasts. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but secretly say in his heart. It seemed that the trouble he had to face was not only the environment of this world, but also these troublesome magical beasts. In this way the difficulty of finding people would be greatly increased. Facing the magical beasts that rushed over again, Xiao Yan raised the giant Buster Sword in his hand. His palm pressed against the surface of the Buster Sword, and he waved it fiercely. The white flame immediately climbed up the Buster Sword. Then he turned around and swept it. The magnificent Buster Sword swept out, and the oncoming magical beasts were blown away again. However, these magical beasts seemed to be endless. They were like waves that rushed to the shore. Each wave was higher than the previous one and it was endless. After more than 10 times of resistance, Xiao Yan's heart couldn't help but feel heavy. He didn't know why these guys worked together to put their brutal killing intent on him, a human. Perhaps it was because he didn't belong to this space. After all, it was because of them that this world was in such a ruined state. All of this was caused by them, the outsiders. Sorry, I can't make up for what happened here. I didn't come here to look for you. When I find those 2 people, I will leave. Frowning and shaking his head, Xiao Yan put away the dark Buster Sword. When another wave of magical beasts rushed over, his figure suddenly flickered and turned into a gust of wind. He passed through this place at an amazing speed and soon disappeared from this world. After a while, Xiao Yan's figure landed on the top of a mountain. This place was relatively safe. At least there weren't any magical beasts in the vicinity. Sitting down cross-legged, Xiao Yan closed his eyes. From between his eyebrows, surging soul power suddenly spread out and quickly searched for the 2 special auras in this mountain forest. Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring flood dragon had specially given Xiao Yan an accessory that contained the aura of the 2 of them before they entered the void realm at the bottom of the sea. This also increased the chances of Xiao Yan finding them. However, the vastness of the underwater void realm was obviously something that Xiao Yan didn't expect. Even with his soul power, after a search, he still couldn't find the auras of the 2 people. In other words, he now had to find another place to search. In addition, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the 2 people could move around at any time. In this way, the probability of Xiao Yan finding them would be even lower. In addition, if the 2 people had already been besieged by those magical beasts and died, Xiao Yan didn't dare to think about this point, nor did he want to think about it. After all, his purpose in entering the underwater void realm was not to see the worst result. Xiao Yan's probing was useless. He could only get up and continue to head to the deepest part of the void realm. At the same time, his spiritual strength was searching all around him. Unfortunately, his probing was useless. Instead, it attracted the attention of quite a number of magical beasts with powerful cultivations. This also added a lot of trouble to Xiao Yan's search. At the same time, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon outside were also waiting anxiously. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had been in the underwater void realm for 4 days. However, Xiao Yan still didn't know the whereabouts of the 2 people. Until a certain moment, In the underwater void realm, Xiaoyan was floating in the air, frowning as he looked around. Ever since he entered the underwater void realm, he had been constantly going deeper. From his current distance, even if he rushed to the entrance of the underwater void realm, it would take a long time. If he continued to search blindly, the time left for him would be even more limited. After hesitating for a while, Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, raised his gaze and rushed forward again. No matter what, he had to persevere until the last moment. Boom! At this moment, somewhere in the underwater void realm, an earth-shattering boom suddenly resounded in the underwater void realm like thunder. Immediately, Xiaoyan's rushing figure suddenly stopped. A pair of sharp eyes also looked in the direction of the sound. He couldn't see the specific location of the sound, but he could feel the strong aura of the explosion. Therefore, Xiaoyan almost didn't think much in his heart and immediately rushed in that direction. Regardless of whether it was one of the two people, as long as there was even the slightest possibility, it was worth Xiaoyan to try. A short moment later, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared in the sky above the place where the explosive sound was emitted. Looking down from a high vantage point, he saw that the place where the sound originated from was a small valley. At this very moment, a young man wearing the clothes of the sea serpent tribe was facing a group of magical beasts that had once again surrounded him with an extremely solemn expression. His heart was like the rocks that had fallen into the valley, falling to the bottom of the valley. In addition, Xiaoyan also discovered that there was a surging aura of energy that was constantly increasing in the depths of the small valley. The energy of the world was also gathering because of this. It wasn't hard to imagine that the reason why these magical beasts gathered here was because of the inhalation in the valley. Hey, it is really a case of searching high and low only to find it by sheer luck. It is unexpected that these two people are actually in the same place. This has saved me quite a lot of time. Xiaoyan smiled in his heart and involuntarily sighed in relief. From the looks of the energy state in the valley, that person was clearly at the critical moment of his breakthrough. If he was disturbed at this moment, it was likely that not only would his breakthrough be interrupted, but even his foundation would be affected. However, from the looks of that man, he appeared to be determined. It seemed that he was determined to help him block these magical beasts that were coming. Roar! It was also at this moment that the magical beasts that surrounded the man below once again launched an attack. Even though the young man had the cultivation of a 9-star Do-D, he was unable to block the combined attack of over 10 magical beasts. Within a couple of breaths, the young man's attack was directly suppressed. After which, the remaining few magical beasts circled around the young man and charged into the small valley. Damn it, don't even think about entering. Seeing this scene, the expression on the young man's face immediately changed drastically. He ignored the other magical beasts around him and attempted to charge toward the entrance of the valley. However, he was sent flying by a magical beast beside him with a claw. He could only watch the few magical beasts enter the valley with an unwillingness in his heart. Bang! However, it was also at this moment that a dark black flowing light descended from the sky like a falling star. It instantly descended on the head of the magical beast that was leading the group. A frightening strength immediately erupted. That magical beast did not even have the time to emit a miserable cry before it was instantly killed by this strength. Those magical beasts that followed close behind were also sent flying by the enormous black ruler that was swung over. In the blink of an eye, the entrance of the valley was completely cleaned by this unknown strength. After which, the smoke and dust scattered in front of the young man's shocked eyes. A black-robed young man was standing upright on the head of the magical beast that had already died. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. His gaze landed on the former as he asked with a smile, "You are the Blood Crown?" Chapter 1035. Yes. May I ask who you are? The young man climbed up from the ground in a miserable manner. He ignored the pain that was being transmitted from all over his body as he asked with a surprised face. I am called Xiaoyan. I was entrusted by Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring flood dragon to rescue you. The one inside should be the granddaughter of Hai Zhantian, Hai Ling, right? Xiaoyan sighed in relief. He nodded, raised his chin and asked once again. Yes. However, she is currently at the critical moment of her breakthrough. Therefore, please ensure that she will not be affected. As soon as he heard that it was someone his father and Hai Zhantian had found, a look of joy flashed across Xuemian's face. However, immediately after, a wave of worry surged in his heart. He frowned slightly as he looked at the entrance of the valley with a worried look in his eyes. Xiaoyan involuntarily parted his mouth and smiled when he sensed this. It seemed that the reason why Shui Crown had returned to the deep part of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea was most likely because of Hai Ling. Soon after, Shui Crown leaped and dodged the attack of the magical beast behind him. In the blink of an eye he arrived beside Xiao Yan. He waved his hand and a halberd immediately landed in his hand. There was a whistling sound as it was waved. It appeared to be quite powerful. "Mr. Xiao Yan, please temporarily guard this place with me. We will leave this place together after Ling Er's cultivation has broken through." The face of Shui Mian, who had recovered, had already become cold. A thought passed through his mind and the dou qi within his body immediately surged out. It climbed onto the halberd and emitted a clear watery glow. A layer of strange scales also appeared to have appeared on the halberd. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled when he saw this. At this moment, Shui Crown had already exhausted over half of his dou qi. It was likely that he would not be able to last for long if he continued to fight. If he were to be injured again, it would instead become a burden for him. "Cuckoo, I think you should recover your dou qi first. With your current condition, you won't be able to hold on." As he spoke, Xiao Yan casually threw a medicinal pill to the latter. Immediately, without waiting for Blood Crown to react, he lifted the giant ruler and stomped heavily on the ground. The huge beast's corpse immediately sank a little. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body turned into a dark black ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he had already charged into the group of magical beasts. "Mr. Xiao Yan, you're alone?" The expression of Shui Mian, who had recovered, immediately changed. His mouth hurriedly opened in an attempt to stop Xiao Yan. However, before the words from his mouth sounded, he saw those magical beasts being ruthlessly sent flying by Xiao Yan's heavy Shen ruler like dolls. They did not even have the slightest ability to retaliate during the entire process. This scene caused one to be stunned. In such a situation, it was simply impossible. However, creating a possibility out of the seemingly impossible and breaking the norm. Was this not Xiao Yan? Within a short moment, the group of magical beasts surrounding the small valley had been completely swept away by Xiao Yan. They were either dead or no longer had the ability to fight. Moreover, the moment they saw Xiao Yan, their bodies trembled as they crawled on the ground. Their mouths repeatedly let out miserable cries. Even the will to fight had been forcefully extinguished. The frightening strength that Xiao Yan displayed also caused Shui Mian's heart to be greatly shocked. His entire body was stunned on the spot. He watched the magical beasts scatter and retreat in all directions. After which, he looked at the corpses of the magical beasts all over the ground. His heart really did not dare to imagine that such a frightening battle result was actually achieved by this young man, who appeared to be even younger than him. It was really unbelievable. With Xiao Yan's suppression, the magical beasts did not dare to advance again for a short period of time. Hence, Xiao Yan turned around and entered the valley behind him. Shui Mian followed closely behind him. After the two of them entered the valley, they looked around and saw that the small cave was surrounded by mountains on all sides. Only at the top could they see a small piece of the sky. There were also many slits between the mountains on all sides. The energy of the world entered through the slits and the exit directly above. As the slits were too narrow, the magical beasts from the outside world could not enter through them. The entrance above was too high. Hence, the only way for the magical beasts to enter the valley was through the entrance behind Xiao Yan and Shui Mian. Xiao Yan could not help but nod his head when he saw the unique terrain. This was a good place for a breakthrough. Not only could it ensure that one could absorb enough energy from the world, it could also reduce most of the trouble and prevent the breakthrough process from being affected. It had to be said that the two of them had found a good place. Unfortunately, the incident at the bottom of the sea had caused the magical beasts to become much more violent. As a result, they had noticed the change in energy here and caused trouble for the two of them. If Xiao Yan had not arrived in time, the two of them would have lost their lives. Sweeping his gaze over the valley, he saw a natural rock in the middle of the valley. It just so happened that the sunlight that shone in from all parts of the valley shone on it. At this moment, a young lady in a blue dress with an exquisite face was seated on the rock with her eyes tightly shut. As she breathed in and out, the energy gathered in the valley was constantly being absorbed and refined by her. At the same time, the aura within the young lady's body was rapidly increasing. From the looks of it, the young lady would be able to complete her breakthrough soon. Before this, it was likely that all the trouble during this period of time would be left to Xiao Yan and Blood Crown to deal with. After giving his instructions, Blood Crown found a place in the valley and began to refine the medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had given him earlier. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's body flashed, and he appeared at the top of the valley in the blink of an eye. He looked down at the environment outside the valley from above. At a glance, magical beasts of various sizes were quietly approaching from the distant mountain forest. Low roars continuously rang out, and these fellows seemed to be communicating with each other. Subsequently, when the countless magical beasts arrived at the bottom of the valley, they did not charge into the valley this time. Instead, they climbed up the walls of the valley and wildly charged towards the top of the valley. Their target was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. Very quickly, these huge magical beasts arrived around Xiao Yan. Their enormous bodies covered the entire periphery of the valley, forming a black mass. Other than these, there were still countless magical beasts charging over from the distant mountain forest. Without exception, their target was Xiao Yan, who was currently standing at the top of the valley. Countless magical beasts chased each other as they charged up the slope of the valley. Their invisible aura was enough to shock anyone. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan's face did not show the slightest trace of fear in the face of such a situation. Instead, it was cold. He held the huge ruler in his hand, and with a thought, a dense white flame immediately rose. He waved the huge ruler and smashed it down on the head of a magical beast that was pouncing towards him. Chapter 1036. Bang! As the ruler fell, a magical beast that was charging towards Xiao Yan was instantly killed. However, countless magical beasts were still crazily charging towards him from behind. The roars of the magical beasts reverberated endlessly, causing the valley below to tremble. It was unknown whether it was caused by the large number of magical beasts or the vibrations caused by the roars of the magical beasts. At this very moment, Xiao Yan's body was standing proudly at the top of the valley. His front, back, left, and right were surrounded by magical beasts. Fierce attacks were launched at Xiao Yan from all directions. Sharp fangs, claws, and Do Qi energy flew out repeatedly. All of them shot explosively toward Xiao Yan, aiming to take his life. Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the face of this situation. He held the huge ruler in a reverse grip with one hand. At the same time that the huge ruler swept horizontally, his other hand violently swept across the tip of the ruler. A dense white flame immediately rose. It carried a ferocious aura as it abruptly swept in front of Xiao Yan. In an instant, the magical beasts that were pouncing toward Xiao Yan were all forced back. Almost at the same time, the moment the giant ruler swept horizontally, the hand that was holding the ruler's hilt suddenly released. Xiao Yan's figure also abruptly turned back. In an extremely strange posture, the moment the giant ruler was about to fall, his other hand suddenly grabbed the ruler's hilt. Surging Do Qi immediately poured into the giant ruler, followed by another sweep. The magical beasts in front of and behind him were all swept away in the blink of an eye. However, just as Xiao Yan swept away the wave, a few more magical beasts charged towards him from all directions. Xiao Yan sent a few flying with his ruler. Immediately, his figure leaped and stepped on the head of a magical beast. He twisted his body and sent it flying with a kick. In just a few hours, Xiao Yan had consecutively sent more than 100 magical beasts flying. The number of magical beasts that he had killed was also more than 10. However, the surrounding magical beasts seemed to be endless as they continuously surged towards him. However, this kind of situation did not seem to wear down Xiao Yan's patience. Instead, it increased the fanatical fighting spirit in the latter's heart. Relying on the giant ruler in his hand, facing so many magical beasts, he used the most violent method to fight to his heart's content. This allowed him to completely display his strength. From a certain point of view, such a violent fighting method also had some benefits for Xiao Yan himself. Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who was originally fiercely colliding at the top of the valley, at the entrance of the valley, a magical beast actually attempted to step over the corpse of the previous magical beast and enter the valley. Immediately, Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. He stepped on the magical beast's body and sent it flying. At the same time, his figure also swept into the air. He viciously waved the giant ruler in his hand. The giant ruler left his hand and immediately fell at lightning speed. The moment the magical beast was about to enter the valley, its body was forcefully pinned at the entrance of the valley. While killing it, it also blocked the only entrance to the valley. Immediately, countless magical beasts around Xiao Yan crazily surged towards him. Without a weapon, Xiao Yan caused these big guys to be less afraid of him. One by one, they revealed their sharp fangs and viciously bit towards Xiao Yan's body. However, they had underestimated the human in front of them. Force Elephant Technique, Golden Elephant Technique, activate. Soon after, a low cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's heart the moment he landed. Almost at the same time, the powerful physical strength hidden in Xiao Yan's body was completely released at this moment. A golden-colored barrier agglomerated on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Regardless of how those magical beasts charged over, Xiao Yan only cared about waving his fists and attacking the magical beasts that were charging toward him head-on. Immediately, painful roars that were even more miserable than before were emitted from the pile of magical beasts. Compared to a moment ago, the current Xiao Yan seemed to be able to break through everything by relying on his pair of fists. Any attack would be swiftly toppled in an unstoppable manner under Xiao Yan's fist. Shuimian widened his mouth as he stood within the valley. He lifted his head to look at Xiao Yan at the top. The shock that had originally been revealed in his eyes had already disappeared with the flow of time. Only his face remained stiff and distorted as though it was cramping. Very quickly a day had passed. There were less than 2 days left from the 7 days that Xiao Xian had mentioned. In the small valley, Hai Linger's breakthrough process had yet to end. This also meant that Xiao Yan and Blood Crown still had to wait here. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was at the top of the deep valley, could not help but feel secretly worried. If this dragged on for too long, it would not be beneficial to them. With less than 2 days left, he was not confident that he could bring the two of them out of the underwater void realm. He could only say that if Hai Linger's breakthrough did not end, he could only use force to bring her away. He could not continue to stay here. Finally at noon, the churning natural energy around Hai Linger, who had been in a breakthrough state, finally slowly calmed down. The aura within her body had also stabilized at the initial 9-star Do D level. The pair of pretty eyes that had been shut for over 10 days slowly opened. A pair of icy blue crystal eyes were immediately exposed in the air. The young lady slowly stood up. The long dress that she was wearing fluttered gently, revealing a pair of white jade-like slender beautiful legs. Her curvaceous figure was also fully displayed at this moment. Ling, you have broken through. Only when the young lady stood up did Blood Crown recover from his absent-mindedness. He hurriedly ran to the front of the young lady and carefully helped her down the green stone platform with one hand. At the same time he asked with a voice filled with concern. Hearing this, the young lady's pretty face reddened as she nodded. She immediately said, "Big brother Blood Crown, thank you for protecting me during these few days. Otherwise, I don't know if I would be able to break through in peace." Ugh. Hearing this, Blood Crown smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. After which, he said in a somewhat embarrassed manner, "Actually, not all of them. I was able to easily deal with those magical beasts a few days ago. However, since the day before yesterday, there have been an increasing number of magical beasts gathering here. I am no longer able to block them." Towards the end, Blood Crown could not help but lower his head in self-blame. Seeing this, Hai Ling involuntarily knit her brows in a somewhat uncertain manner. Since Blood Crown had said that she was no longer able to block those magical beasts since the day before yesterday, what was going on for the next 1 or 2 days? Is that person, that human called Xiao Yan? He suddenly appeared the day before yesterday. With just him alone, he blocked all the magical beasts outside. Suddenly, Blood Crown raised his head. He extended his hand and pointed to the highest point of the valley. Through the hole at that spot, the two of them could clearly see a human figure with a golden light lingering over his body. He was repeatedly waving his fist and sending the magical beasts around him flying with each punch. Sensing the gazes of the two people in the valley below, Xiao Yan also knew that Hai Ling had completed her breakthrough. Now it was finally time to leave. Xiao Yan descended and landed beside the two of them. He glanced at Hai Ling who had already exited her cultivation state. He let out a long sigh of relief and nodded. "You have broken through. Now we should also leave this place." When Xiao Yan descended, the magical beasts outside also rushed in through the entrance above the valley and heavily surrounded the three of them. Immediately Hai Ling and Blood Crown's minds tensed up. They faced the magical beasts around them and their expressions immediately became solemn. "Mr. Xiao Yan, it looks like we have to experience a fierce battle before we leave," Blood Crown said in a low voice. With a thought, the Do Qi in his body began to circulate rapidly. Hai Ling also did the same. On the other hand, Xiao Yan frowned and shook his head. He sighed softly and said, "No, we don't have so much time to waste. We have to leave now." After speaking without waiting for Blood Crown and Hai Ling to ask any questions, Xiao Yan stretched out his hand and beckoned. The dark heavy buster sword outside the valley immediately flew back. It passed through the encirclement of the magical beasts and quickly returned to Xiao Yan's hand. After which, he flipped his hand and kept it in his storage ring. Immediately after, under the surprised gazes of the two people behind him, Xiao Yan raised his right hand. A strange dark energy light spot had unknowingly condensed in the palm of his right hand. "It's over." As these words were uttered, his palm fell and pressed heavily on the void. Great Heaven Creation Palm. Fight the Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Fight the Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Chapter 1037. In the blink of an eye, another half a day had passed. Now there was only 1 day left before the 7-day deadline that Xiao Xian had mentioned. Xiao Yan's group of 3 had to reach the exit of the underwater void realm within a day and leave this place successfully. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Half a day's time did not allow the 3 of them to travel far. When Xiao Yan informed Xuemian and Xuemian about the situation of the baleen whale at the bottom of the sea, the expressions on their faces suddenly changed. It was unexpected that the situation of the void realm at the bottom of the sea had already reached such an extent. Speaking of which, all of this could be blamed on their sea clan. Their endless greed had finally paid the price for it. According to Blood Crown's estimation, the 3 of them were at least a full day away from the exit of the underwater void realm. Even if the 3 of them could reach the exit of the underwater void realm in a day, they were destined to not be able to leave the underwater void realm. Now there was not much time left for the 3 of them. Xiao Yan led Xuemian and Xuemian as they cut through all the obstacles along the way. The magical beasts that came to obstruct them were all finished off by Xiao Yan in one strike in the most violent manner. Despite this, the speed at which the 3 of them were moving forward was unknowingly slowed. Damn it! We can't go on like this. We have to be faster. Xiao Yan could not help but curse after forcefully killing a magical beast in front of him with a punch. He turned his head to look at the countless magical beasts that were charging towards them again in the distance. Xiao Yan could not help but reveal a solemn expression. No matter how heroic he was, it was impossible for him to continue fighting without stopping. Furthermore, there was less than a day left before the deadline that Xiao Xian had mentioned. If they were delayed by the siege of these magical beasts, the 3 of them would really not have the chance to leave this place. Mr. Xiao Yan, what should we do? The Blood Crown knew that only by relying on Xiao Yan and the others would they have a chance at survival. Therefore they had to rely on Xiao Yan. Hai Ling Air by the side also turned her eyes to Xiao Yan after Xue Dian opened his mouth. After seeing the shocking strength that Xiao Yan had displayed, she had already been subdued by his strength. Moreover, there was still Xue Dian by the side at this moment. Since even Xue Dian wanted to seek Xiao Yan's opinion, she would naturally not say anything more. After a little hesitation, Xiao Yan's mind moved, and the space in front of him suddenly distorted. In the blink of an eye, it turned into 2 dark tents. With a wave of his hand, the 2 tents turned into 2 black robes, which Xiao Yan handed to the 2. After the 2 of them put on the black robes, Xiao Yan immediately took out 2 elixirs from his storage ring and handed them to the 2 of them. These 2 are wind speed elixirs. They can temporarily increase your speed, and the black robes on your bodies can conceal your aura to ensure that you won't be discovered by those magical beasts. When those magical beasts rush over later, I will temporarily hold them back. The 2 of you will find the right time to leave this place quickly and rush to the exit of the underwater void realm as quickly as possible. What will you do if we leave? Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the Blood Crown frowned. He didn't dare to say that he was a person who wasn't afraid of death, but he definitely couldn't leave those who helped him in the lurch. The Blood Crown felt really bad about letting them leave just like that. Don't worry, after you leave this place I will naturally follow you immediately. However, you must also make sure to conceal your aura as much as possible along the way. You must not have any conflicts with those magical beasts. Otherwise everything will be too late. Nodding with a serious expression before the Blood Crown could speak again, Xiao Yan's figure suddenly moved. The pitch-black dark heavy buster sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a wave of the giant buster sword, the magical beasts that attacked the 3 of them were blown away. Violent explosions sounded one after another, and the faces of the Blood Crown and Hai Ling also became gloomy because of this. The 2 of them hesitated for a long time and finally gritted their teeth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 of them quickly left the battlefield. Sensing the departure of the 2 of them, Xiao Yan, who was in the middle of the magical beasts, had a cold expression on his face. His extremely cold gaze quickly swept across the magical beasts around him. The giant buster sword in his hand trembled slightly, and suddenly, a white flame rose up. A powerful force crazily condensed in the giant buster sword, and a terrifying energy aura spread out from Xiao Yan's body. The surrounding magical beasts also let out a low roar. 7 layers. Sky. Breaking. Ruler. Spitting out the words one by one, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head. Then he lifted the dark heavy buster sword in his hand. Both of his hands held the handle of the buster sword tightly, and the giant buster sword in his hand suddenly swept out. A terrifying wave of flames immediately swept out, spanning 1,000 miles and sweeping between heaven and earth. 1 foot. 2 feet. After 7 feet, All the magical beasts within a 500-kilometer radius of Shaoyin were turned into a pile of corpses in the blink of an eye. The merciless flame burned in this place. The mountain forest below was a sea of fire. The invisible space had completely collapsed. At this moment, the only person who still had life remaining in this place was Shaoyin. At this moment, the latter was like a killing god, leaving no leeway and not giving any life. After doing all this, Shaoyin once again kept the dark heavy buster sword. He was just about to charge in the direction that the Shuemian duo had left in when his body involuntarily swayed. He actually nearly fell from the sky. After the repeated fierce battles, the dou qi within his body had been completely exhausted without him realizing it. The 7 feet earlier was already his final technique. If Shaoyin was unable to recover his dou qi as soon as possible, it was likely that he would not even be able to use the sky extinction step, much less catch up with Shuemian and Shuiyin. Who, damn it? It actually had to happen at this time. The dou qi in his body was exhausted, causing Shaoyin's face to involuntarily reveal a somewhat strained expression. He hurriedly consumed a couple of medicinal pills. Before the medicinal effect of the medicinal pills in his body dissipated, his body shook, and a faint layer of golden light agglomerated on the surface of Shaoyin's body. Helplessly, the dou qi in his body was completely exhausted. The only thing that Shaoyin could barely rely on was his remaining physical strength. Bang! His feet stomped heavily on the empty space. Immediately, the space under his feet became distorted. Shaoyin's body also suddenly rushed forward. By relying on his powerful physical strength, the speed that Shaoyin displayed at this moment could be considered extraordinary. However, if it was just this, it was likely that Shaoyin would not be able to catch up to the two of them within a short period of time. While feeling a little helpless in his heart, Shaoyin could only put in more effort to borrow the strength of his physical body to continue charging forward. At the same time, the medicinal strength of the 2 medicinal pills that he had swallowed was also being swiftly absorbed. Chapter 1038. Outside the empty realm, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon were waiting anxiously. Hai Zhantian stood in place, frowning. His hands under his sleeves were constantly opening and clenching. His eyes were fixed on the entrance of the empty realm, his heart full of worry. Behind him, the heaven-devouring dragon was also anxious. He kept pacing back and forth, his footsteps gradually becoming heavier until they reached Hai Zhantian's ears. "Kid, can't you be quiet? My heart feels like it's about to be crushed by you." After reprimanding in a low voice, the heaven-devouring dragon let out a long sigh and stopped beside Hai Zhantian. Behind them, the crowd couldn't help but look at each other when they saw the anxious expressions on the two people's faces. Their hearts also became nervous. On the other side, Hai Machin also came to Hai Zhantian's side. His eyes flickered slightly. He raised his hand and patted the latter's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I believe in that kid. With him, your granddaughter and the other kid will definitely be safe and sound." Hearing this, Hai Zhantian frowned and sighed. The heaven-devouring dragon hurriedly cupped his hands towards Hai Machin. Hai Machin waved his hand and let it go. However, at this moment, in addition to these people who were worried, there was another person who was much more nervous than them. That was Xiao Xian, whose body was completely transparent and his aura was extremely weak. Compared to the others, Xiao Xian was more aware of the situation in the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. After so many days of bitter struggle, his spiritual strength had long been overwhelmed. He had been forcibly holding on, his purpose was to wait for Shaoyan's return. But now, his spiritual strength was far from enough to maintain the normal operation of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. It wouldn't be long before the stable state of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea would be completely broken. At that time, Shaoyin, who was in the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, would be in even more danger. At the same time, in the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, Shuemian and Hai Ling were walking together. With Shaoyan's black robe and the wind speed pill, the two of them were much faster. They didn't dare to say that they could achieve twice the result with half the effort, but they were not too far away from the exit of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. All along the way, the two of them looked at the dilapidated mountains and lands below, and they couldn't help but reveal an expression of pity in their eyes. They never imagined that because of the interference of their sea tribe, this world would actually become like this. In the end, it was still their fault. On the other side, the dou qi within Shaoyan's body was still gradually recovering under the effect of the medicinal pill. At the same time, Shaoyan continued to use the strength of his physical body. And Xiao Xian's, Xiao Shui. As Shui Xian Xian, S of the realm was Xian's of the realm. As Xian Shui Xian's Xian, Shui's. However, the result of this explosion was not satisfactory. No matter how much Xiao Yan squeezed out the strength of his physical body, the distance he flew forward each time was almost the same. The distance he flew was far from being able to make up for the energy he exhausted when he unleashed his strength. The result of this cycle would only slow down Xiao Yan's traveling speed. In addition to this, the other trouble was naturally the magical beasts wandering in the mountains. As soon as they saw Xiao Yan flying across the sky, they immediately rushed towards him like crazy. They had a violent feeling that they wanted to swallow him alive. In the face of these countless troublesome creatures, Xiao Yan had no other means except to kill them by force. However, this also increased the consumption of Xiao Yan's physical strength in another aspect. If this continued, Xiao Yan would probably die here before he reached the exit of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. Rumble! Suddenly the entire underwater empty realm began to shake intensely. A countless number of mountains collapsed, the river flowed in reverse, the mountains were overturned, and the forest was destroyed. Painful and terrified roars continued to reverberate in this world. The invisible empty space seemed to have been pressed by some kind of strength as it swiftly became distorted. Xiao Yan immediately sensed an invisible strength descend on his shoulder, causing his body, which was standing in the empty space, to involuntarily descend a little. With a thought, the dou qi that had just recovered in his body immediately entered his meridians. His body shook slightly. Only then did he stabilize his body that was about to continue descending. At the same time, Xiao Yan's face also instantly became solemn. Looking up in the distant sky, the invisible sky had collapsed. The entire world was gradually submerged in darkness. The endless void spread out like seawater, vowing to drown the entire empty realm at the bottom of the sea. Damn it, the empty realm at the bottom of the sea has already begun to collapse. Xiao Yan's expression sank. He involuntarily cursed quietly. The empty realm at the bottom of the sea had begun to collapse in advance. This meant that the so-called final day that was left for him would likely shrink greatly. If he did not leave this place as soon as possible, it was likely that even Xiao Yan would be drowned in this endless empty space. Almost at the same time, Xiao Xian, who was outside the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, also slowly dimmed due to the exhaustion of his spiritual strength. In the end, he turned into a milky white ball of light the size of a fist. His originally dense aura also became silent because of this. Not far away, Haimachen's expression could not help but change slightly when he saw this scene. His body instantly flashed and he arrived beside the ball of light. He extended his hand and an invisible force wrapped around the ball of light, preventing it from being disturbed by the energy of the world outside. Hai Zhantian quickly went forward. Seeing that Xiao Xian had actually turned into such a state, his expression became even more anxious. Cold sweat unknowingly flowed down from his temples. His deep eyes stared fixedly at the entrance of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, not daring to shift his gaze away for even a moment. Without the support of his spiritual strength, the space within the empty realm at the bottom of the sea has probably already begun to collapse. In other words, the last day of the 7 days that Xiao Xian told Xiao Yan that day is probably even more tense than expected. Now, we can only hope that Xiao Yan has already found the two of them and is already in the passage at the entrance. At this moment, even Haimachen could not help but feel a little shocked. The scene that had occurred at this moment really caused even him to feel surprised. However, he did not know just what kind of situation Xiao Yan's three-man group was currently facing. In the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, the entire world had already begun to collapse. Countless magical beasts fled in all directions. Xiao Yan and the other two also rushed towards the exit of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea without stopping. With the help of the things that Xiao Yan had given them, Xuemian and Hai Ling finally arrived in front of the exit of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea ahead of time. When the two of them arrived, they could not help but have a joyful expression on their faces. However, when they arrived, the two of them were not in a hurry to enter the exit. Instead, they stopped and turned around to look in the direction they had come from, hoping to see traces of Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, the latter's figure did not appear in their field of vision for a long time. Seeing that the world around them had begun to collapse inch by inch, the two young people could not help but feel a surge of fear in their hearts. At the same time, they became even more worried for Xiao Yan. The latter had blocked the countless magical beasts by himself, and the two of them had taken the lead to escape without caring about the latter. This really made the two of them feel extremely guilty. At this moment, when they could not see Xiao Yan's figure again, the two of them were even unwilling to leave this place. Chapter 1039. Xuemian held the delicate hand of the young lady within the underwater void realm. His brows were tightly knit as he stared in the direction they had come from. His heart was incomparably anxious as he waited. Rumbling sounds repeatedly sounded in the sky. The invisible space distorted intensely before collapsing. Suddenly, numerous dark black thunderbolts shot out from the endless empty space. They carried a frightening aura that could destroy the world as they instantly destroyed a large area of the mountain forest below. A countless number of magical beasts were instantly killed by this thunderbolt. The surrounding mountain forest that had collapsed had already turned into a sea of fire. The entire underwater void realm had become like a purgatory at this moment. Xuemian and Hai Ling Er, who was hiding behind him, were startled when they saw this scene. The young lady behind him involuntarily let out an exclamation. Perspiration appeared on Xuemian's forehead. His heart was also extremely shocked. The strength of the thunderbolt was unimaginable. Once the thunderbolt targeted the two of them, it was likely that they would not even have the chance to dodge. Big brother Mr. Xiaoyan has yet to come out. The young lady's heart was filled with fear as she grabbed a corner of Xuemian's black robe. Her heart was filled with worry as she timidly opened her mouth to speak. Relax, it's fine. Mr. Xiaoyan's strength is the strongest among all the elite Dodi that I have seen. Let's wait a little longer. You will definitely come out. Xuemian clenched his teeth. He looked at the ground below, which had partially collapsed. His heart involuntarily sank. If Xiaoyan still did not come out, it was likely that they would have to enter the exit of the underwater void realm regardless of what happened. Another 15 minutes. If Mr. Xiaoyan does not come out within 15 minutes, we can only leave this place first. Xuemian gently patted the young lady's shoulder as he comforted her. The latter obediently nodded her head when she heard this. She suppressed the fear in her heart and waited patiently. At the same time, deep within the underwater void realm, Xiaoyan was borrowing Do Qi while pressing his tired body. He forcefully maneuvered the strength within his muscles and shot forward time and time again. Xiaoyan's sweat kept pouring out, drenching his robe. Most of it fell into the endless abyss below. The endless land was collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the land in front of Xiaoyan had completely collapsed. Numerous shocking thunderbolts continued to fall from the endless, dark black empty space, mercilessly killing the magical beasts that were fleeing in all directions. At a glance, it appeared as though they were cleaning up this world that had been contaminated by the outside world. Now that the laws had changed, there was no longer a need for the underwater void realm to exist. It was only a matter of time before it completely collapsed and disappeared. Seeing what was happening in front of him, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but tighten. He clenched his teeth and once again gathered all the strength in his body. He tried his best to move his body and rushed forward. However, it was also at this moment that a shockingly frightening thunderbolt suddenly fell from the endless empty space above Xiaoyan's head. Damn it! Xiaoyan's expression changed. He used all his strength to maneuver the Do Qi that he had just recovered. At the same time, the little bit of strength that he had gathered all over his body also erupted at this moment. His body leaned to the side and he hurriedly dodged to one side. Rumble! The thunderbolt descended and violently smashed onto Xiaoyan's body. A frightening destructive strength spread from within it. One could even clearly see that the endless empty space, which had already collapsed, had become distorted. In the end, Xiaoyan was extremely lucky and brushed past the edge of the bolt of lightning. The incomparable bolt of lightning was thus submerged in the endless void. Despite this, a little of the frightening lightning strength contained within the bolt of lightning still entered Xiaoyan's body. It swiftly spread through his limbs and bones. Immediately, a wave of numbness was transmitted into Xiaoyan's mind. His entire body also fell uncontrollably. Rumble. That bolt of lightning appeared to be unwilling to give up after missing its attack. However, this time around Xiaoyan's body was completely out of his control. He could only watch as the bolt of lightning smashed down on his body. Damn it. Quickly move. His tired body was out of control. Xiaoyan let out a wild roar in his mind. The frightening bolt of lightning swiftly descended. In the blink of an eye, it was merely 10 feet away from his body. At such a distance, even an ordinary 9-star Dodi would have difficulty dodging such a frightening bolt of lightning, much less the currently exhausted Xiaoyan. Soon after, the bolt of lightning that was filled with a destructive force arrived in front of Xiaoyan. It was merely an inch away from the latter's body. In an instant, the hair all over Xiaoyan's body stood up. The lightning strength had already flowed into Xiaoyan's body through the invisible void. It entered his muscles and bones and a piercing pain was immediately transmitted. Bang! The bolt of lightning descended and violently passed through the void. It once again entered the endless void. Xiao Yan's body could be said to have miraculously dodged this fatal attack once again. In the void, Xiao Yan resentfully watched the frightening bolt of lightning that entered the endless void. He involuntarily rejoiced in his heart. He did not expect that he would actually be able to profit from a disaster under such a situation. He parted his mouth. It was unknown whether it was because of the pain on his body or the joy in his heart. Immediately, his gaze turned around and landed on his body. Xiao Yan glanced at his shoulder. A thread of tiny thunderbolt leaped out from under his muscles, after which it disappeared. However, the thing that really caused Xiao Yan to be happy was the pale blue Wei Ran illusionary figure that had agglomerated and formed behind him. With the stimulation of the lightning strength, Xiao Yan had stimulated the last hidden strength in his body. He did not expect that under his full strength, Xiao Yan would accidentally condense the blue virtual image behind him. And this was the third art of the four sacred manifestation art, the wing elephant art. It was also the condensation of the wing elephant art that allowed Xiao Yan to dodge the bolt of lightning. Phew! Xiao Yan involuntarily exhaled a long breath of air as he sensed the weak strength within his body. He lifted his gaze and looked at the thunderbolt that had once again agglomerated its strength and came crashing down. His hands abruptly tightened and his body trembled. With the help of the wing elephant's skill, his body instantly disappeared. The thunderbolt that was following close behind once again missed. As for Xiao Yan, he did not stop at all. Regardless of the pursuit of the bolt of lightning, before the strength in his body dissipated again, he left this area far away. At the same time, Shui Mian and Hai Ling, who were at the exit of the underwater void realm, sighed with heavy expressions. After confirming that Xiao Yan had not come out, they slowly turned around. After a moment of hesitation, they lifted their feet and entered the passage. Chapter 1040. Outside the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon stood together in front of the entrance of the empty realm, waiting anxiously. Bean-sized beads of sweat were constantly dripping down, and their hearts were almost in their throats. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone present knew that the empty realm at the bottom of the sea was difficult to preserve. Now, the complete collapse of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea was just around the corner. However, the two elders of the clan as well as Xiao Yan who went to rescue the people had not come out yet. This made everyone secretly break out in cold sweat for the three of them. Hai Machen's eyes stared at the entrance of the void realm at the bottom of the sea. Although his face still maintained a calm expression, his heart was incomparably anxious. Even though he had endless confidence in Xiao Yan, he did not dare to be certain that Xiao Yan would be able to exit the void realm at this moment. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the originally calm entrance of the empty realm at the bottom of the sea suddenly trembled. Light flickered, and then two figures in black robes flashed out together. In an instant, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon, who had been staring at the entrance, immediately looked at the two people. With their powerful cultivation, they instantly recognized the two people. Ling Shui Wang. The two people said in unison, and the ecstasy in their voices was needless to say. In an instant, the huge stone hanging in their hearts finally fell to the ground. The two moved together and rushed forward, each of them tightly hugging the other person in their arms. At the same time, the two elders also clearly saw the man and woman holding each other's hands tightly. They had no time to care and only cared about the ecstasy in their hearts. Their eyes were filled with hot tears and they almost rolled down. The two young people were also shocked by the actions of the two elders. Immediately when they recovered, the girl also saw the blue-haired middle-aged man behind Hai Zhantian, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. It was her father. As a father, the latter's feelings for his daughter were naturally not less than her grandfather. However, as the leader of the clan he had to put the clan first. In front of the clan he always had to maintain his dignity. Until now, when he saw that his daughter was fine, the father couldn't help but tear up. It was not until a long while later that Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon let go of the child in their arms, but they still looked at the young man and the girl with a smile on their faces. At this moment Hai Machen stepped forward, looked at Shui Wang and asked, "Where's Xiao Yan? Shouldn't he be with you?" Noticing the black robes on the two, Hai Machen immediately knew that Xiao Yan had been with them. However, at this moment Shui Wang and Hai Ling had successfully escaped from the underwater void realm, and Xiao Yan's whereabouts were unknown. This could not help but increase the worry in Hai Machen's heart. As soon as these words came out, the people present suddenly recovered. Indeed, they were happy about the return of Shui Wang and Hai Ling, but they seemed to have forgotten about Xiao Yan, who had entered the underwater void realm to rescue them. At this moment they still had no idea about the situation of the latter. The only thing they knew was that Xiao Yan was still in the underwater void realm, and his situation was definitely not good. Hearing Hai Machen's words, Shui Wang and Hai Linger's faces, which had just revealed a joyful expression because of their escape, immediately darkened again. The man and woman buried their heads, and the expression on their faces was particularly solemn. Then, Shui Wang recounted what happened in the underwater void realm, including how Xiao Yan found them and blocked the demonic beasts for them in detail. Hearing Shui Wang's words, the faces of the people present changed slightly. While they were moved by Xiao Yan's actions, they also felt a sense of worry about the latter's current situation. That kid, he'll be fine, right? Hai Zhantian hesitantly turned his gaze to Hai Machen. The expression on his face also carried a trace of guilt as the words were spat out from his mouth. After all, the reason why Xiao Yan had entered the empty realm at the bottom of the sea was because of him. Otherwise Xiao Yan would not have encountered such danger. Sigh, now even I can't be sure. I can only hope that he can turn the danger into safety. He has come such a long way. This time, I don't want him to fall just like that. Letting out a long sigh, even Hai Machen felt somewhat helpless. Hai Zhantian was speechless. The boulder that had just been lifted from his heart was now hanging high up in the air. At the same time, the atmosphere in the arena had become inexplicably heavy once again. In fact, it was even heavier than before. Shui Wang came to the side of the young girl. The two looked at each other with worry in their eyes. The young girl frowned slightly. Her slender jade-like hand grabbed the corner of her black robe. She stared at the entrance of the underwater void realm, waiting with rapt attention. Rumble. Suddenly, the entrance of the underwater void realm trembled violently. A huge rumbling sound resounded continuously from the bottom of the sea. A huge suction force gushed out from the entrance. Fortunately, the seawater in this area was forcibly emptied by Hai Zhantian, causing the place where everyone was standing to be a huge open space. Therefore, there was no seawater pouring into the underwater void realm. However, the sudden change in the underwater void realm caused everyone's expression to change drastically, especially Hai Machen and Hai Zhantian. Their hands that were hidden under their sleeves suddenly clenched tightly. Cold sweat immediately appeared on their foreheads. Even their hearts could not help but tremble. Xiao Yan, you must come out. Hai Machen narrowed his eyes and stared at the entrance of the underwater void realm. He suppressed the emotions in his heart and waited anxiously. At the same time, in the underwater void realm, after a difficult struggle, Xiao Yan finally entered the exit of the underwater void realm. However, almost at the same time, the entire underwater void realm had completely collapsed. The exit of the underwater void realm was also collapsing at an extremely fast speed. It was about to catch up with Xiao Yan in front of it. Once the passage completely collapsed before Xiao Yan could leave, the latter would no longer have a chance to escape. If he fell into the endless void, his fate would be unpredictable. Soon, at the end of Xiao Yan's line of sight, he could see a blue light curtain. That was the exit of the underwater void realm. As long as he passed through it, everything that happened behind him would have nothing to do with Xiao Yan. However, at this moment, the passage in front of Xiao Yan suddenly began to collapse. At the same time, the glow on the light curtain, which was still at the edge of his sight, gradually dimmed. After which, the large exit swiftly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once it completely disappeared, Xiao Yan would no longer be able to leave this place. In the outside world, Hai Machen and the others saw the rapidly shrinking entrance of the underwater void realm in front of them. The emotions in their hearts became even more intense. Everyone was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. While their hearts were filled with anticipation, their faces could not help but reveal a desolate expression. When the entrance of the underwater void realm turned into a palm-sized circle of light and then completely disappeared, everyone present could not help but lower their heads. The last bit of hope in their hearts was completely obliterated. However, almost at the same time, the black robe on Shui Mian's body and the black robe in Hai Linger's hand quietly disappeared. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1041. Outside the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, when the crowd saw that the entrance had completely disappeared, the only hope in their hearts was completely shattered. They let out a long sigh, their hearts filled with sorrow. They did not expect that although Xiao Yan had saved all the younger generation of the Sea Clan, in the end, he would lose his life. Once Xiao Yan woke up, the two Sea Clans would not be able to give him an explanation. At this moment, Hai Machen was still staring unwillingly at the place where the empty realm had disappeared. He did not believe that with Xiao Yan's means he would die just like that. He absolutely did not believe it. Buzz. However, at this moment, after the empty realm at the bottom of the sea disappeared, A black light spot suddenly appeared at the place where it originally stood and quickly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a huge black tent that was as tall as a person. That is, seeing the black tent, Haimachin's face suddenly changed. At the same time, the few people beside him also discovered the sudden change in the scene. The few of them immediately looked over. Soon after, a miserable figure suddenly rushed out from the black tent. His body swayed a couple of times before he managed to stabilize himself in the air. He lifted his head and saw the group of people staring at him in shock. He parted his mouth and smiled. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint. I'm back." Just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly went limp and fell from the sky. Hai Zhantian's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He hurriedly rushed forward to catch him. After a quick check, he turned his head and nodded at the worried Haimachin. He said, Haimachin. It's okay. He just fainted because he was too weak." As soon as these words came out, Haimachin's heart relaxed. At the same time, a relieved smile appeared on the faces of everyone present. Shui Crown and Hai Ling looked at each other and smiled affectionately. Shui Crown reached out and held the girl's soft and boneless hand in his palm, never letting go. On the side, the two fathers noticed this scene, but they looked at each other and nodded with a smile. They did not say anything. When Xiao Yan woke up once again, he realized that he was in a dormitory. He stood up and looked around. This dormitory was filled with decorations that were unique to the sea. Sea reefs and corals were everywhere. Even the furniture was the same. There was no one else in the room. The environment was also extremely quiet. When Xiao Yan spread his spiritual strength outwards, the scene of a large, strangely shaped building immediately surfaced in his mind. At the same time, he sensed that he was currently located in the deep sea. The area that Xiao Yan was currently in was different from other places. Although he was in the deep sea, he was in another area that was opened up. It was not covered by the sea and it was more like a human land. Through some of the landmark buildings, it was not difficult to tell that Xiao Yan should be in the sea shark tribe. Moreover, his position seemed to be near the center of the entire tribe. When his spiritual power spread out, he was shocked by the size of the sea tribe. In this vast underwater world, countless buildings spread out in all directions. Even with Xiao Yan's spiritual power, he was still unable to see the end of these buildings. One could imagine the size of the sea shark tribe. One could see a large part of the big picture. After recovering, Xiao Yan also realized that the dou qi in his body had completely recovered. Even some of the injuries on his body had disappeared. At this moment, Xiao Yan's condition had already recovered to its peak. Xiao Yan could not help but let out a long sigh as he sensed the abundant strength in his body. This kind of feeling of having strength was much better. When he recalled everything that he had encountered in the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, that kind of weak feeling from inside out really caused him to have a lingering fear. In the end, if he had not used all his strength to agglomerate the great way of the void and used it to escape from that place of death, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have been swallowed by the endless darkness. Withdrawing his thoughts, Xiao Yan suddenly had a thought. Soon after, a pale blue virtual image swiftly rose from behind him. Fortunately, Xiao Yan controlled it and it did not touch the roof. Otherwise, this dormitory would have been destroyed by Xiao Yan. Letting out a soft breath, Xiao Yan turned around to look at the pale blue virtual image that had been agglomerated behind him. A smile involuntarily surfaced on the corner of his mouth. The wing elephant skill, the third skill of the four saint manifestation skill. If he could successfully practice it, he could attempt to agglomerate the final skill, the giant elephant skill. Back then, according to the description of the four saint manifestation skill, if he could master these four skills through a comprehensive study, the might of the giant elephant skill would even be comparable to an E-class dou skill. This kind of temptation was something that even Xiao Yan could not help but be moved by. Of course, the current him was still very far away from that step. Let's not talk about when he would be able to agglomerate the giant elephant skill. Just the current Xiao Yan was far from being able to unleash the strength of an E-class dou skill. However, it was also because of this that from a certain point of view, this also gave Xiao Yan a certain amount of motivation. With a thought, the virtual image behind him disappeared. After musing for a moment, Xiao Yan's mind looked inside and came to his mind. At this moment, a blue-colored energy light cluster was slowly floating in his mind. This was the fragment of the flame mantra that Haimachin had given him. Now Xiao Yan planned to use this opportunity to refine it. This could be considered as resolving one of the concerns in his heart. As soon as he thought of doing it, the heavenly flame within the vortex in his body immediately surged upward and swiftly entered his mind. Under Xiao Yan's control, it turned into a flame medicinal cauldron that swiftly wrapped around the blue-colored energy light cluster in front of him. Immediately, he began to refine it without any hesitation. The refining process this time around was much simpler and faster. With Xiao Yan's current cultivation, refining this fragment of the flame mantra did not have any difficulty. In less than 2 hours, the flame mantra fragment was successfully refined. At the same time, the flame mantra qi method within Xiao Yan's body also involuntarily began to circulate. Immediately, a wild and ferocious suction force surged out from within Xiao Yan's body. The energy within the entire dormitory as well as the outside world was attracted by this special suction force and involuntarily gathered toward Xiao Yan. Feeling the strange state of the energy in the surrounding air, Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows. From the looks of it, the refining of the flame mantra had also triggered the qi within his body. Perhaps he could even use this opportunity to break through to an 8-star Do-di. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan immediately parted his mouth and smiled. He swiftly sat cross-legged and entered into a training state. He began to concentrate on absorbing and refining the natural energy. What's going on? The sudden change immediately alerted the patrolling Sea clan members in the vicinity. Immediately, quite a number of people gathered toward Xiao Yan's location from all directions. However, just as they appeared in the air above Xiao Yan's dormitory, 4 human figures suddenly appeared out of thin air in a ghost-like manner. They waved their hands and stopped the Sea clan soldiers who were about to step forward to investigate. When the crowd saw this, they respectfully bowed to the 4 of them. Then, with suspicious gazes, they all retreated. In the air, Hai Zhantian and Hai Machin by the side exchanged glances. The latter smiled slightly and said, "Looks like he has refined that portion of the flame mantra qi method. Moreover, from the looks of his current posture, it seems that he wants to use this opportunity to break through." By the side, the heaven-devouring dragon and the tribe leader of the sea shark tribe involuntarily raised their eyebrows when they heard this. They recalled the frightening fighting strength that Xiao Yan had displayed in front of them earlier. When he was a 7-star Do-di, he was already able to easily suppress a 9-star Do-di expert. If the latter's cultivation was to advance another level, just how frightening would his fighting strength be? Thinking of this, even with the status of these 2 people, they could not help but gently inhale a breath of cool air. At the same time, the favorable impression they had of Xiao Yan in their hearts also swiftly rose. The favor of saving their lives was enough to cause them to be a little more courteous to Xiao Yan. However, if it was related to the latter's future potential, they had no choice but to treat him seriously. Do Per Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Do Per Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Chapter 1042. In the void, the patriarch of the Sea Shark clan, who had regained his senses, immediately looked at Hai Zhantian in front of him and hurriedly said respectfully, "Father, I suggest that you immediately pass the order to our Sea Shark clan. From now on, Mr. Xiao Yan is a distinguished guest." On the side, Sky-Devouring Dragon raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Indeed, a simple good impression couldn't win people's hearts. Only the most practical action was the most effective way to win people over. However, when the former's voice just reached Hai Zhantian's ears, the latter curled his lips and said in a deep voice, "By the time you think of this step, the entire Sea clan has already known in advance. The old me has already informed the first elders of the 2 large sea clans and asked them to pass down the order. From today onwards, Xiao Yan will be the joint honorary elder of our 2 large sea clans. Other than the clan head and the elder in charge, everyone else must greet him when they meet. You still dare to call him a VIP? Xiao Hai, you have underestimated him." The low words immediately made Hai Shou lower his head in shame. At the same time, even Sky-Devouring Dragon couldn't help but be startled. He didn't expect that Hai Zhantian's order had already been passed to the 2 sea clans. As the patriarch, he didn't know until now. Subsequently, the 4 of them quieted down. Under the lead of Hai Machin, they landed in the courtyard where Xiao Yan was. They sat in the courtyard and waited for Xiao Yan quietly. Soon after, the young couple, Shui Mian and Hai Ling also arrived. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 days later. In the dormitory, Xiao Yan's eyes, which had been closed for 3 days, slowly opened at this moment. The moment his eyes opened, there was a flash of white flame in his dark eyes. At the same time, the aura in Xiao Yan's body completely stabilized. Phew! Xiao Yan let out a long breath of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. He carefully sensed the strength in his body that was many times stronger than it was 3 days ago. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face. The breakthrough this time around was as smooth as water flowing when the conditions were right. From the circulation of the qi method, to the absorption and refinement of the natural energy, the expansion of the vortex space, and the strengthening of the overall quality of his body, all aspects appeared to be extremely smooth. This was also due to Xiao Yan's continuous fighting during these few months. The continuous exhaustion of his body and the accumulation of strength caused everything to be so smooth and easy. Sure enough, fighting was the best way to improve the speed of cultivation. After recovering, Xiao Yan got up and washed his face. He walked out of the room. At this moment, a couple of figures were standing in the courtyard outside of the room. They were seated beside a stone table in the middle of the courtyard. Noticing that Xiao Yan had left, the gazes of the few people present were also thrown over. Seeing the group of people in front of him, Xiao Yan's figure, which had just stepped out of the door, couldn't help but slightly pause. He was slightly stunned as he looked at the people in front of him. After a long while, Xiao Yan dryly coughed twice and hurriedly went out. He respectfully cupped his fists towards the few people and said, "This junior has made the seniors wait for a long time. Haha, there's no need to wait. We originally wanted to see how your body was doing, but coincidentally saw that you were breaking through. Since we were bored, we might as well sit here and wait for you." The few of them stood up and walked towards Xiao Yan. They looked at each other, then Haimachin indifferently laughed out loud. The rest of the people beside him also smiled and nodded their heads. Soon after, Haimachin smiled and opened his mouth to ask, "How is it? After refining the remnant scroll of the flame mantra, your cultivation has also broken through." "Yes, I have already broken through to the 8th star. It can be considered an unexpected surprise." When these words were spoken, Haimachin and the other 3 experts from the Sea clan present were not surprised. However, the expressions of Xuemian and Hai Ling Er behind them instantly became extremely shocked. This was especially the case for Xuemian. His face was stunned as he looked at Xiao Yan. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Xiao Yan. Elder Xiao Yan, you said that you have broken through to the 8th star? How is this possible? You had clearly relied on your own strength to defeat so many Do D-class magical beasts in the empty realm at the bottom of the sea. However, how is it possible that your cultivation is only that of an 8-star Do D?" Xuemian's words were not only the thoughts of Xuemian alone. There were even countless people from the entire Sea clan who held such thoughts. No one could believe that a 7-star Do D would be able to unleash a strength that even a 9-star Do D would be afraid to avoid. Unfortunately, after the matter of Xiao Yan defeating the people from the Yuan mansion with one punch spread, the voices of doubt within the entire Sea clan gradually died down. This was especially so after the upper echelons of the Sea clan tacitly agreed that this matter had happened. All the younger generation of the Sea clan no longer doubted it. However, Xuemian and Hai Ling Er, who had just escaped from the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, were naturally unaware of this. However, they clearly understood that Xiao Yan in front of them possessed an extremely frightening fighting strength. Based on their evaluation in their hearts, Xiao Yan's strength was definitely the strongest below the origin transformation realm. However, they had never imagined that Xiao Yan's true cultivation was not even a 9-star Do D. "Cuckoo, I'm afraid that this matter is a long story. However, Brother Xuemian, why do you address me as an elder?" Xiao Yan laughed faintly. He did not speak any further on this topic. His tone changed as he noticed a detail in Xuemian's words. "Cuckoo, let me explain this." After which Haimachin smiled and explained the reason behind this to Xiao Yan. The latter pondered for a moment in his heart when he heard this and immediately understood Hai Zhantian's intention. While he felt that it was funny in his heart, Xiao Yan also accepted it with a grateful smile. What a joke. It would be a lie if he said that he was not tempted by the joint title of elder of the 2 large Sea clan. Even if it was someone else, forget about a Do D like him, it was likely that even an expert at the Origin King class would be tempted. Soon after, Xiao Yan seemed to have thought of something. His eyebrows twitched as he hurriedly looked at Haimachin and asked with a frown, "Elder, may I know how the current situation of my ancestor is?" Seeing the worried expression on Xiao Yan's face, Haimachin smiled faintly and said, "In order to support the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, your ancestor finally exhausted his spiritual strength and has temporarily entered a deep slumber." Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed when these words were said. Soon after, Haimachin continued to speak. "Fortunately, with the enormous resources of the Sea clan, I have selected a few medicinal ingredients that can help him recover his spiritual strength. After refining them, he is currently slowly absorbing them. I believe that he will wake up soon. Moreover, the recovery speed of his spiritual strength will likely shock you when that time comes." As Haimachin spoke, he also handed a milky white ring to Xiao Yan. Haimachin's spiritual origin was within it. The corners of Hai Machen's and the heaven-devouring dragon's mouths involuntarily twitched when they heard Hai Machen's words. That was natural. In order to help Xiao Xian recover his spiritual strength, Hai Machen had unceremoniously plundered all the medicinal ingredients that could help with spiritual strength from the two large sea clan. Some of the medicinal ingredients could be said to be unique. Even they could not bear to part with them. Who would have thought that they would end up benefiting Xiao Xian? Hearing Hai Machen's words, Xiao Yan probed the situation within the ring in his hand. He sensed the incomparably large spiritual strength and involuntarily felt a shock. Adding this to the pained expressions of the two clan heads, he immediately came to a realization in his heart. Hai Machen had robbed the entire Sea clan for him. Even with Xiao Yan's temperament, he could not help but gulp when he thought of that, as if he was afraid that the two of them would seek him out in the future. On the other hand, Hai Machen did not seem to care at all. When Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts, Hai Machen hesitated slightly before looking at him with a smile again. Little guy, since your ancestor is fine now and you've gotten another surprise, why don't I give you another surprise? Since there are so many good things, I'll give you another surprise. As he spoke, Hai Machen extended his hand. Under Xiao Yan's curious gaze, a deep blue flame suddenly rose with a poof. It was the Sea Heart Flame. Chapter 1043. Sea Heart Flame. Xiao Yan's expression immediately solidified when he saw the blue-colored flame slowly rising from Hai Machen's hand. His mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. His ultimate goal in coming to the North Sea was the Sea Heart Flame. He didn't expect that Hai Machen would take the initiative to deliver the Sea Heart Flame to him before he could even open his mouth. Haha, since I'll have to give it to you sooner or later, I won't trouble you. I've lived in the North Sea for 1,000 years, and I really don't want to leave this place. This sea is where my everything depends on. Just like you said, I really can't let go of Beihai College, so I plan to give the Sea Heart Flame to you before you leave. Hearing Hai Machen's words, the people around him were stunned. The two patriarchs looked at each other and finally looked at Hai Zhantian. They were very clear about the relationship between the two people in front of them. Could be said that Jiao Jiao and Meng Meng were inseparable. Hai Zhantian found it very difficult to accept that Hai Machen wanted to leave, but just as Hai Machen explained to him, all of this was his responsibility. Life had to be faced with many separations, but the meaning was different. Xiao Yan fell silent for a moment after hearing Hai Machen's words. He was naturally happy to be able to obtain the Sea Heart Flame, but at the same time he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret and self-blame for the friendship between the two old men. If it weren't for his appearance, the two old men would have been able to accompany each other as before. Haha, okay, it's no big deal. I've made up my mind. Little guy, you should make some preparations before refining the heavenly flame during this period of time. I know that if I let you refine it now, you won't be able to start in a hurry. First, find a place to refine it at the bottom of the sea. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Hai Machen smiled and looked at the silent Hai Zhantian beside him. He patted the latter's shoulder and said, "Old man, in the future, my Beihai College will have to rely on you. I've already sent the news back. From now on you'll be the vice dean of Beihai College. If there's any big matter in the college, I'll have to rely on you." You're leaving, but you're leaving such a big mess to me. Why do you want me to be the vice dean? Dean? Hai Zhantian furrowed his brows, a look of disgust appearing on his fleshy face. Hai Machen, on the other hand, grinned and laughed heartily. Of course it's still me, ha. Hai Zhantian fell silent. Then Hai Machen once again looked at Xiao Yan and said, "Little guy, remember, the place to refine the heavenly flame must first be some deep sea or deep abyss. That will more or less have a suppressive effect on the heavenly flame. Moreover, the temperature of the deep sea will also decrease. This will more or less help you in refining the heavenly flame. As for the medicinal herbs and pills needed in the process, I think that as an alchemist, you don't need me to solve this problem for you." Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded. He had also thought of this point. Refining the heavenly flame at the bottom of the sea was a unique refining environment. And with Xiao Yan's temperament, to refine the heavenly flame, he must find an excellent place. However, when the people behind him heard Hai Machen say that Xiao Yan was actually an alchemist, their originally calm faces once again revealed a shocked expression. It was unexpected that the Xiao Yan in front of him would actually be an alchemist while possessing such a frightening fighting strength that defied the heavens. This identity was like a heavy bomb that immediately exploded in the hearts of these people. But soon, when Hai Shou and the heaven-devouring dragon came back to their senses, the heaven-devouring dragon took a step forward without hesitation. He faced Xiao Yan and smiled, "If you need a deep abyss, then go to my sea serpent clan. The hidden dragon abyss in the holy altar of my sea serpent clan is the deepest abyss in the entire North Sea. In addition, it is also the place where my clan worships all year round. It contains a large amount of Yin Qi in my clan's bloodline. It should be the best place to refine the heavenly flame. Hearing this, Hai Machin and Hai Zhantian immediately nodded. They agreed with this point. On the other hand, Hai Shou looked at the heaven-devouring dragon with some hesitation and said, "But the hidden dragon abyss is the holy altar of the sea serpent clan after all. For countless years, there has been no precedent of outsiders being able to enter. If we do this, won't those old fellows of the sea serpent clan? Haha, brother Hai, you naturally don't have to worry about this. Xiao Yan is now the great hero of my sea clan. Everyone is grateful to him in their hearts. Moreover, have you forgotten that Xiao Yan is now the joint elder of both our clans? How can he be counted as an outsider? In my opinion, even without this identity, those old fellows won't object either." The heaven-devouring flood dragon laughed out loud. The hearts of the few people present relaxed one after another. After which, Hai Machin looked at Xiao Yan and said, "Although the location has been chosen, why don't you go and take a look yourself? After all, the final decision is still in your hands. It's up to you to decide whether it's suitable or not." Xiao Yan nodded when he heard that. Hai Machin was right. Although the elders present all agreed that the hidden dragon abyss was suitable, it was only their subjective opinion after all. The final decision was still up to Xiao Yan himself. "Then why don't Xiao Yan come with me and take a look first?" The heaven-devouring dragon nodded in agreement. After all, they were outsiders when it came to refining heavenly flames. There were many things that they could not decide just because they wanted to. Afterwards, Xiao Yan followed the heaven-devouring dragon and left the Sea Shark clan's residence first. They passed through the water and quickly rushed to the Sea Serpent clan's residence. As for Hai Machin and the others, they stayed behind for the time being. Soon, under the guidance of the heaven-devouring dragon, the two of them arrived at the Sea Serpent clan's residence. At a glance, although the type of buildings here was slightly different from the Sea Shark clans, the overall scale also made Xiao Yan feel emotional. With the heaven-devouring dragon leading the way, the two of them quickly arrived at a huge stone platform somewhere in the Sea Serpent clan's residence. The couple of guards from the Sea Serpent tribe, who were standing at the edge of the stone platform, hurriedly bowed respectfully when the two of them appeared. When their eyes noticed Xiao Yan, they rotated their eyes and immediately guessed the latter's identity. On top of the shock in their hearts, they did not dare to slight Xiao Yan as they bowed and greeted him. Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. After that, his gaze fell on the huge stone platform in front of him. The entire stone platform was formed by layers of high steps, like a pyramid without a tip. In the middle of it, there was a huge circular hole that led straight to the bottom of the sea. Due to its depth, the hole looked extremely deep and dark at a glance. With just a glance, one could not help but feel a chill run down one's spine. Before Xiao Yan could approach the entrance of the cave, he sensed a deep chill that was transmitted from the bottom of the cave from a great distance. This kind of chill caused him to feel a chill on his back even though he had the protection of the heavenly flame. This kind of chill not only penetrated one's bones but also caused one's soul to tremble. According to the heaven-devouring dragon, this hole was the place that Xiao Yan borrowed to refine heavenly flames, the hidden dragon abyss. The Reincarnated Flame Emperor. The Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Chapter 1044. As he felt the bone-chilling chill coming from the cave, Xiao Yan was delighted. That's right, this was exactly what he needed. "Ah, how is it? Are you satisfied?" The heaven-devouring flood dragon understood in his heart when he saw the joyous expression on Xiao Yan's face. "Not bad. This hidden dragon abyss is indeed worthy of being the sacred altar of the Sea Serpent tribe. Just the outer area is already so cold. If I go deeper, the cold will definitely be even more intense. Perhaps it will be much easier for me to refine the heavenly flame." Xiao Yan smiled with satisfaction. The hidden dragon abyss was simply a sacred place to refine the heavenly flame. It could not be more suitable. "Alright, since you are satisfied, I can rest assured. Wait here for a moment. I will go and inform a few old fellows in the tribe. This will prevent them from saying that I, the tribe leader, did not inform them in advance." Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head in understanding. This kind of relationship within the clan was indeed very troublesome. Even if the clan leader made a decision, there were many things that needed to be agreed upon by the elders. Moreover, it was like the sacred altar within the clan. Very quickly, the heaven-devouring dragon left this place, and Xiao Yan slowly walked to the front of the hidden dragon abyss. As Xiao Yan approached, the originally pitch-black hidden dragon abyss suddenly underwent some changes. In the pitch-black underwater cave, specks of blue light were actually reflected. The light gradually became clearer. When Xiao Yan arrived at the edge of the hidden dragon abyss, the entire cave was actually filled with bright blue light. Even though the cave was still deep and bottomless, it was eye-catching. Even some of the grooves in the cave were similarly reflecting the gorgeous light. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt surprised when he sensed this. His body took a couple of steps back and the light in front of his eyes dimmed. At this moment he finally understood in his heart. It seemed that this hidden dragon abyss had a special design that allowed one to see the light within it only when one approached it. The kind of darkness that one could see in the distance was also a kind of protective method of the sea serpent tribe. After all, no one would be willing to touch something that would cause fear at first sight. However, just as Xiao Yan was curiously sizing up the latent dragon abyss, a burly figure walked up the stairs from the edge of the stone platform not far away. When the guards around the stone platform saw the burly man, they immediately showed a respectful look and quickly bowed to the latter. The burly man also waved his hand roughly, and his face still had a gloomy expression that couldn't be erased. Because of the previous incident, he had been punished by the Elders Guild to patrol the entire Sea Serpent clan and was not allowed to leave the clan for 3 months. In the past, he had never suffered such humiliation. This man was the bloodline leader of the Sea Flood Dragon clan, who had been forced back by Xiao Yan on the Snake Island not long ago with the help of the strange flame. It was because of the failure of the Yuan estate's selection that Xue Xue was punished by the Council of Elders, which led to this scene. Damn it! It's all that human brat's fault. With a furious snort, the burly man suddenly raised his head. At the same time, a figure in a black robe appeared in his sight. Looking at the slightly familiar back, the burly man's squinted eyes slowly widened. In the end, deep within his eyes, there was a ball of deep anger. Human brat. It's you? You actually dare to appear in my clan. There's a path to heaven but you don't take it. There's no door to hell but you walk into it yourself. Raging anger gathered crazily in Commander Xue's eyes. Back then he was unable to kill Xiao Yan because of Wang Ziyuan's obstruction. Today Xiao Yan actually appeared in his clan with great fanfare. No matter what, he had to release the anger that he had been suppressing in his heart for more than a month. Brat, go to hell. You caused the old me to be punished for 3 months. Today I will let you have a taste of what it means to beg for death. With a furious cry, Commander Xue did not allow any explanation. His feet stomped heavily on the ground in front of the stunned gazes around the stone stage. His body immediately charged forward. In the blink of an eye he had already appeared behind Xiao Yan. A fist smashed toward the latter's head. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed in the face of the attack that suddenly came from behind him. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. A thought passed through his heart and the dou qi in his body was hurriedly circulated. At the same time, a blue-colored illusionary image was agglomerated behind him in the blink of an eye. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body moved to the side when the punch came. Only then did the fist, which was filled with a sharp wind, narrowly brush past Xiao Yan's ear. The sharp sound of rushing wind caused Xiao Yan's eardrums to feel pain. Half of his face was distorted, but his body did not dare to pause even a little. He hurriedly dodged again when Commander Xue's punch was about to land. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt stunned when he saw the sharp attack of Commander Xue in front of him. The word fate was really ingenious and difficult to grasp. It was unexpected that he would once again meet Commander Xue at this moment. It must be said that it was really a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. A month ago he was worried that he would be blocked by this fellow. It was unexpected that they would actually meet again today. After dodging a couple of times, Xiao Yan could not avoid being injured by a couple of punches from this fellow. A couple of large holes were immediately formed on the black robe that he was wearing. At the same time, a couple of bright red fist imprints were left on Xiao Yan's body. It was not until this moment that the guards around the stone platform reacted in shock. Then their faces changed drastically as they hurriedly stepped forward. They did not care about their own safety as they surrounded Commander Xue, who was about to attack Xiao Yan again. Only then was the latter forced to stop his actions. With the obstruction of these guards, the sudden change in the field finally stopped. However, Commander Xue still had an angry look on his face. His gaze swept across the people in front of him fiercely as he scolded, "What? Are you looking for death? You actually stopped me for a human brat." At this time, Commander Xue was filled with anger. He did not have the time to think about the reason behind this. However, the guards in front of him all had a drastic change in expression as they hurriedly shouted, "Commander Xue, you can't hurt this sir. He is the joint elder of the 2C clan specially invited by Senior Hai Zhantian. You can't hurt him." When Hai Zhantian was mentioned, the pupils of the lineage leader suddenly shrunk. The fury that filled his heart immediately disappeared by more than half. The thoughts in his mind also immediately became clear. Indeed, he had also heard about this matter. It was said that even the tribe leader attached great importance to this matter. After thinking for a while in his heart, Commander Shue's flushed face quickly turned pale. Joint Elder. After spitting out these few words with a sluggish expression, Xingling Ling's heart instantly turned to ashes. Joint Elder. That position was comparable to the first elder in the clan. At this moment he had actually made a move against him. This time it was likely that he would never be able to repay the punishment on him. However, it was also at this time that the heaven-devouring flood dragon, who had left not long ago, returned once again. At the same time there were a few more elders behind him. They were the leaders of the Sea Flood Dragon clan. Chapter 1045. North Sea Sea Serpent Clan on the Holy Altar. The heaven-devouring serpent and the group of elders behind him, who had once again returned, involuntarily frowned when they saw this scene. Their gazes continued to sweep over, only to discover that there were a couple of extremely eye-catching holes hanging on the black robes that Xiao Yan was currently wearing. The skin under them was also unusually red. The expressions of the few of them immediately changed. When they turned their eyes and saw Commander Shui being surrounded and blocked by a group of guards, they immediately understood what had happened. Shueshang, what's going on? Behind the heaven-devouring dragon, a gray-haired elder walked towards Shueshang with a gloomy face. At the same time the guards around him hurriedly moved aside. However, Shueshang's body trembled in the face of the old man's question. He could not say a single word. The old man was helpless. Only then did he look at the guard beside him. Even though the guard did not want to offend Commander Shui because of this, under the old man's dignified gaze, he still recounted everything that had happened. Damn it! You made a huge mistake last time, and now you dare to attack Elder Xiao. You deserve to die. As he spoke, the gray-haired elder suddenly raised a palm and was about to hit Shueshang's chest. With the elder's cultivation, if this palm really landed, even if Shueshang did not die, he would be severely injured. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly opened his mouth. Elder, please wait. I think this is just a misunderstanding. Once Xiao Yan's words were uttered, the old man's face finally stopped. He let out a faint cold snort and spoke to Shueshang in an icy tone. If the principal did not plead for you, you would have become a cripple. This elder's words are too serious. The matter between me and Commander Shui is just a misunderstanding. Firstly, he did not know who I was. He only knew that I was a human. Secondly, if Commander Shui had not been defeated by me on the Coiling Snake Island a month ago, I don't think that the incident just now would have happened. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the expressions of the guards present, as well as the heaven-devouring dragon and the others, instantly changed. Their mouths inhaled a breath of cool air. Could it be that Commander Shui's defeat a month ago was because of Xiao Yan? Although they knew that the person who had forced the Sea Serpent Tribe's army to retreat back then was an elite Do Di, they were not very clear about the details of that battle. Hence, they were naturally unaware of the bone-chilling flame that had obtained great battle merits in that battle. However, they did not expect that the main culprit who had caused the Sea Serpent Tribe's defeat in that battle was actually Xiao Yan in front of them. After understanding this point, the heaven-devouring dragon and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, a thread of pity rose in their hearts for Commander Shui. Of all the people he could meet, he just had to meet this young man in front of them who even they had to be courteous to. After which, Commander Shueshang left the sacred altar with the help of the guards. Xiao Yan also exchanged some pleasantries with the few elders in front of him before being led by the heaven-devouring dragon back to the Sea Shark Tribe's encampment. After seeing Hai Zhantian and the others, Xiao Yan expressed that he was extremely satisfied with the hidden dragon abyss. In this way, the external conditions needed to refine the heavenly flame had been resolved. Next, it was Xiao Yan's personal matter. The medicinal pills needed to swallow the heavenly flame, and the condition of his body must be in the best condition before he prepared to swallow the heavenly flame. Xiao Yan thought about the medicinal pills needed to swallow the heavenly flame. Finally, he gave up on this idea. Putting aside the fact that the medicinal pills needed to swallow the sea heart flame were of a higher tier, just the medicinal ingredients alone were enough to give Xiao Yan a headache. Although he had the support of the enormous resources of the Sea Tribe, Xiao Yan clearly understood that he could not always take other people's things. The reason why the two large sea clans were so courteous to him was firstly because he had saved all the younger generation members of the two large sea clans. Another reason was because of Hai Zhantian. If it were not for Hai Zhantian, Xiao Yan would not have been able to possess the status of joint elder of the two large sea clans. Using the current situation as an example, all these titles were merely empty. If they wanted to be real, it was likely that they would have to wait until Xiao Yan displayed sufficient strength for them to take seriously. Xiao Yan involuntarily sighed quietly in his heart when he thought of this. In this world, regardless of where one was, one still needed to use one's strength to speak. Without strength, anyone would view one as an ant. On the other hand, even if one did not do anything, others would similarly treat one as an honored guest. The principle of this world had always been like this. Although there were no medicinal pills, Xiao Yan planned to replace this vacancy with the ice soul that he obtained from the icy spirit frozen spring. As one of the rare existences in this world that could suppress the heavenly flame, if he had the assistance of the ice soul during the process of refining the heavenly flame, the pressure that Xiao Yan had to bear would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. In addition, if he poured out the icy spirit frozen liquid in his storage ring, it would definitely be a great help. Xiao Yan did not need to worry about many things. During the next couple of days, Xiao Yan became idle. Other than sleeping and resting, Xiao Yan began to tour the enormous palace at the bottom of the sea during these couple of days. In this regard, Hai Zhantian and the others did not disturb him, so as not to add any unnecessary psychological burden to the young man. Therefore, as his granddaughter Hai Ling-er was naturally sent to accompany Xiao Yan. With Hai Ling-er by his side, the young lord of the Sea Serpent clan, Shui Crown, naturally had to be there as well. At first, the two of them were a little awkward because of Xiao Yan's current identity. However, the three of them were after all, and they quickly adapted to each other. From time to time they would chat and laugh, and the relationship between the three of them also quickly warmed up. This was perhaps the main reason why Hai Zhantian sent his granddaughter. The friendship established between the young people was often much more solid than the promises made by the old guys. A few days later, Xiao Yan, Hai Machin and the others appeared together on the sacred altar of the Sea Serpent clan. Everyone looked at the huge deep sea cave in front of them, and then their gazes fell on Xiao Yan. Today was the day that Xiao Yan was prepared to enter the hidden dragon abyss and begin to devour the sea heart flame. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the gazes of Xiao Yan's group landed on Hai Machin and Hai Zhantian in unison. They were old friends for 1,000 years. Once they parted today, they would no longer be able to meet each other again. How could such a scene not cause one to feel pity in one's heart? The two old men looked at each other. Their eyes were calm and did not ripple. However, no one knew what kind of shocking waves were surging in their hearts at this moment. The two of them were silent for more than a quarter of an hour. However, from the beginning to the end, they did not say a single word. In the end, Hai Machin was the first to withdraw his gaze. His body trembled slightly, and a blue flame immediately ignited on the surface of his body. The few people beside him were all moved. Other than being stunned, there was naturally some envy in their eyes. After Hai Machin's body completely transformed into a ball of blue flame, he charged into Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan also solemnly cupped his hands towards everyone present. Then his body trembled. As the white flame lingered on his body flew to the sky above the hidden dragon abyss. Then, under everyone's gazes, he turned into a white streamer. Like a dragon diving into the abyss, he charged into the cold water-filled cave below. Chapter 1046. After entering the hidden dragon abyss, Xiao Yan swiftly dived into the depths. According to the heaven-devouring dragon, the deeper one went into the hidden dragon abyss, the lower the temperature of the surrounding seawater. Hence, Xiao Yan needed to find a place that was absolutely suitable for him. An hour later, following Xiao Yan's descent, the temperature of the surrounding seawater had indeed dropped to the point that even his bone-chilling flame was unable to completely block it. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to be shocked, but it also caused his heart to be extremely satisfied. The seawater was filled with the dark and cold aura of the ancestors of the Sea Serpent tribe. After countless years of accumulation, the cold aura of this place was actually able to affect the heavenly flame. It must be said that it was extremely frightening. Of course, this was naturally due to Xiao Yan's current weak cultivation. Otherwise, how could the heavenly flame, the most violent energy in the world, be so easily suppressed? Looking back from this depth, he could no longer see the exit of the hidden dragon abyss. However, there was still a small gap from the low-temperature environment that Xiao Yan had hoped for. Xiao Yan's diving figure only gradually came to a stop after he had entered the hidden dragon abyss for a full 2 hours. Feeling the shockingly low temperature of the surrounding seawater, Xiao Yan's face involuntarily turned slightly pale. He could only circulate the dou qi in his body, causing the burning flame on the surface of his body to become even fiercer. Only then was he able to barely withstand it. At the same time, Xiao Yan's face revealed an extremely satisfied smile. This is the place. Without much hesitation, Xiao Yan directly sat down. Soon after, a somewhat illusionary human figure also scuttled out from his body. Was Haimachin. Little fellow, you should be prepared. Once you say, start, the old me will automatically cut off the connection between the sea heart flame. At that time, without my control, the sea heart flame will definitely erupt. Everything will depend on you. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression was solemn as he nodded. He extended his hand and a light flashed above his palm. A palm-sized deep blue ice crystal appeared out of nowhere. The instant this ice crystal appeared, a frightening aura that was many times colder than the seawater immediately spread out. At the same time, the seawater surrounding this ice crystal also swiftly turned into an extremely solid layer of ice. Subsequently, under Xiao Yan's deliberate control, the ice layer finally melted. However, at the same time, the extremely cold aura contained within it also cleverly covered Xiao Yan. This is the extreme cold ice soul. Good brat, where did you get this thing from? No wonder I did not see you swallow any medicinal pills. You actually have this thing. The instant he saw this ice crystal, Haimachin's face immediately revealed a shocked expression. His mouth could not help but exclaim. Clearly, being able to see the extreme cold ice soul in this place caused even him to feel extremely shocked. With regards to the might of this thing, how could Haimachin, who was a heavenly flame, not know about it in his heart? This junior was only able to obtain it by luck. Xiao Yan smiled and did not explain further. However, the latter continued to nod his head. Not bad, not bad. With this thing, your chances of refining a heavenly flame will increase significantly. In this way I can be at ease. In that case, are you prepared now? Yes. Xiao Yan nodded his head heavily. Almost at the same time, the connection between Haimachin and the sea heart flame was also instantly cut off. Bang. In an instant, the fierce blue-colored flame immediately began to wreak havoc within Xiao Yan's body. The wild and violent energy swiftly spread in all directions, intending to burn Xiao Yan's chi paths and internal organs into ashes. Xiao Yan did not hesitate. The instant the connection between Haimachin and the sea heart flame was cut off, the bone-chilling flame immediately surged out from all over his body and swiftly forced the sea heart flame into the vortex. However, the sea heart flame was not a kind soul. Having lost control, its natural wild and violent nature could not be suppressed. In merely a short moment, the encirclement that was agglomerated by the bone-chilling flame was forcefully broken by it. However, Xiao Yan did not expect to use this little trick to successfully subdue it. Instead, he used the bone-chilling flame to chase it away while maneuvering the dense cold air that was being emitted by the extreme cold ice soul. He drew it into his body and carefully and swiftly covered all of his chi paths and bones under the wrapping of do chi. This time around, Xiao Yan allowed the sea heart flame to violently attack him. However, it was ultimately unable to easily eliminate the cold air. However, with the slow flow of time, the cold air was ultimately unable to endure for too long. Other than borrowing the cold air, Xiao Yan naturally relied more on his own strength to suppress the eruption of the sea heart flame. However, it was clearly impossible to suppress the sea heart flame within a short period of time. Within 4 hours, the sea heart flame had actually broken through Xiao Yan's encirclement 5 times. Moreover, the result each time would cause Xiao Yan's body to suffer quite a great setback. In the end, Xiao Yan steeled his heart and directly took out 3 jade bottles that contained the icy spirit cold liquid from his storage ring. Without any hesitation, he poured all of the icy spirit cold liquid into his mouth. Immediately, an extremely icy coldness immediately spread from Xiao Yan's mouth. Xiao Yan's entire face instantly became ghastly white. Even some ice fragments had formed on his face. Such a crazy action was truly shocking. The icy spirit cold liquid flowed down his throat and rolled into his body. Xiao Yan's entire upper body instantly became numb. If it was not for the protection of the bone-chilling flame, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already been sealed in ice at this moment. With the addition of this icy spirit cold liquid, the arrogance of the sea heart flame was swiftly suppressed. Soon after, in addition to the cold air of the extreme cold ice soul and the bone-chilling flame, suppressing and driving it away, the wild and violent sea heart flame was finally firmly sealed within the vortex by Xiao Yan after over 10 days. Following which, it was the official process of swallowing and refining. Compared to the former, this process was the most dangerous in the entire process of swallowing the heavenly flame. The slightest carelessness could lead to a backlash from the heavenly flame, causing one's body to explode and die. In addition, there was also the bone-chilling flame in Xiao Yan's body. The difficulty of this process had imperceptibly increased greatly. However, with regards to this, Xiao Yan still did not turn back. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. It had been almost a year and a half since Xiao Yan had entered the Northern Sea. It was also at this moment that an uninvited guest was welcomed in the Northern Sea. Within the two great sea clans, the clan leader Chang Shou and the heaven-devouring dragon were both alarmed. Similarly, Hai Zhantian also leaped out of the sea at the first moment. Behind him, the other two clan leaders also followed closely. Chapter 1047. On the surface of the boundless sea, an old man in a white robe was moving towards the depths of the North Sea at an extremely fast speed. As he swept across the surface of the sea at lightning speed, the strong wind pressure separated the seawater below. It was as if a river channel had been opened in the sea. It was not until the old man's figure disappeared into the distance that the sea behind him gradually returned to its calm state. However, as the old man was moving towards the depths of the North Sea, three figures leaped out from the seemingly calm sea and looked solemnly towards the south. These three people were the two clan leaders of the Sea tribe and Hai Zhantian. With the cultivation of these three people, they had already noticed the existence of the person the moment he stepped into the North Sea. However, they did not expect that he would actually come all the way to the depths of the North Sea. They did not know what this person's purpose was. Our North Sea has little to do with the various experts on the continent. Why would someone come to the depths of our North Sea today? Looking at his posture, I'm afraid he's not here with good intentions. Tsunami and the sky-devouring dragon looked solemnly at the sea in the south, their faces slightly gloomy. My North Sea is not a place where people can behave atrociously. It's fine if he's not here to cause trouble, but if he's here to cause harm to our sea tribe, I don't mind feeding him to the fish. Hearing this, Hai Zhantian's face was filled with disdain. Although this person's cultivation was not weak in his eyes, he was still too weak. Hearing these words, the two behind him fell silent. Although Hai Zhantian usually did not care about anything, he would still stand up without any hesitation when it came to matters that affected the interests of the sea tribe. This caused the two tribe leaders to admire him from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time as these three people leaped out of the sea, the old man in a white robe, who was moving rapidly towards the depths of the North Sea, seemed to have sensed something. His charging figure suddenly stopped, and the moment he raised his head, a solemn look appeared on his face. I didn't expect to actually attract the protector of the sea tribe. The old man frowned and sighed softly, but he did not hesitate too much. His body trembled slightly and he rushed forward again. A moment later, four figures stood facing each other on the boundless sea. Among them, three were naturally the tsunami dragon, the heaven-devouring serpent, and Hai Zhantian. As for the last person, he was the white-gowned old man that had charged into the Northern Sea. I didn't expect that my visit to the North Sea would cause the Sea clan to welcome me in such a grand manner. This old man is truly overwhelmed by your favor. The white-robed elder laughed heartily as his gaze swept across the three people in front of him. When his gaze swept past Hai Zhantian, he involuntarily paused. His eyes narrowed slightly as his heart sank slightly. With his cultivation, he actually couldn't see through the old man's cultivation. Even in the clan, there were very few people who could give him such a feeling. While the white-robed old man was sizing up the three people in front of him, Hai Zhantian was also sizing up the white-robed old man. It was only when his gaze landed on the white-robed old man's waist that his heart shuddered. May I know who you are, and why have you come to my Northern Sea? Tsunami's expression did not change. He took a step forward and said in a neutral tone, if I say that I'm here to have fun, would you believe me? Although he knew that the old man in front of him was extremely powerful, the white-robed old man still had a fearless look on his face as he replied to Tsunami with a mocking expression. If you have such an attitude, then don't blame us for asking you to leave. Seeing the mocking expression on the white-robed old man's face, Tsunami's expression immediately darkened. His body trembled slightly as an extremely terrifying aura swept out from his body. It turned into an invisible energy storm that rushed towards the white-robed old man in front of him. Hey, do you want to play? Seeing this, the white-robed old man was not afraid at all. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile as he took a step forward. Instantly, a terrifying aura that was several times more powerful than the former immediately rushed forward. The moment the vast aura gushed out, the sea level below was forcefully pressed down. The vast sea surface caved in uncontrollably as if the ground had collapsed. The aura that surged out from Tsunami's body was instantly defeated by the latter. What? Tsunami was shocked. He did not expect the white-robed old man's cultivation to be so powerful. Even with his cultivation, it was difficult to fight against him. "I'll do it." Just as Hai Rant's expression changed, the sky-devouring dragon suddenly waved his sleeves, and a powerful aura swept out from his body. Then it met the white-robed old man's aura. During this process, Hai Zhantian did not move at all. The strongest friendship was not only created through living together for a long time, but also through working together in the face of difficulties until mutual trust was gained. The pressure exerted by the white-robed old man would undoubtedly improve the relationship between the two. This would be of great benefit to the survival of the Sea Clan in the future. However, even with the addition of the heaven-devouring flood dragon, the two of them still underestimated the strength of the white-robed old man in front of them. The pressure that the two of them had gathered together was still forcefully defeated by the white-robed old man in the end. The moment the aura was defeated, an invisible energy storm spread over the sea level for a short time. Even the sea below seemed to be swept up by the wind, stirring up layers of astonishing waves. Almost at the same time, the two patriarchs of the Sea Clan trembled and took 2 steps back uncontrollably. Their expressions changed. They gritted their teeth fiercely, raised their heads, and looked at the white-robed old man again with unwilling eyes. Seeing this, the white-robed old man grinned and said, "What, not satisfied? Do you want to try again?" When the two heard this, they looked at each other and saw a trace of anger in each other's eyes. Just as they were about to move, Hai Zhantian in front of them suddenly snorted and reprimanded, "Are you still not satisfied? You clearly know that you are not a match for him. Why are you asking for trouble?" With a cold reprimand, the two of them gritted their teeth and fell silent. Hai Zhantian glanced at the two of them from the corner of his eye and smiled in satisfaction in his heart. Then he looked coldly at the white-robed old man opposite him, crossed his arms and said in a low voice, "What are you talking about?" With his arms crossed, he said in a low voice, "Speak, who are you and what is your purpose in coming to my North Sea?" Although his voice was not loud, it was full of dignity, making people not dare to look at him lightly. Seeing Hai Zhantian's appearance, the white-robed old man was secretly shocked. The other party was indeed worthy of being the guardian of the North Sea. This dignity was rare for ordinary people. Withdrawing his aura, the white-robed old man's face returned to a serious expression. He cupped his hands and said to Hai Zhantian, "I have offended you just now. Please forgive me, senior." Hai Zhantian was unmoved. He only stared at the other party with a slightly gentler gaze. Then the white-robed old man continued, "I am Xiao Mingyuan. I have no intention of offending the North Sea. This time I only came to find a person. Therefore I hope senior can let me go." Chapter 1048. Surname Xiao. Are you from the Xiao clan in the central region? Hai Zhantian's eyes flashed slightly as he asked thoughtfully. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan was stunned at first, then he noticed the jade token hanging on his waist. He smiled slightly and replied respectfully, "Yes, Junior Xiao Mingyuan is from the Xiao clan." As soon as these words came out, Hai Ju and heaven-devouring dragon behind Hai Zhantian were stunned. It was really strange that someone from the central region would come to the North Sea to look for someone. Soon after, however, the hearts of these three involuntarily thought of Xiao Yan, who was currently in a retreat within the hidden dragon abyss and swallowing the heavenly flame. Speaking of which, the latter's surname was Xiao. Additionally, this Xiao Mingyuan had come to find someone. In other words, his target was Xiao Yan. Thinking of this, Hai Ju and heaven-devouring dragon immediately looked at each other. Both of them could see the thoughts in each other's mind. After a quick thought, just as Hai Ju was about to speak, Hai Zhantian in front of him suddenly snorted coldly and said in a cold tone, "I don't care if you are looking for someone or playing. In my North Sea, I don't welcome human experts. Leave this place." With a cold snort, not only Xiao Mingyuan, but even Hai Ju and heaven-devouring dragon behind him couldn't help but change their expressions. They didn't expect Hai Zhantian to chase them away so rudely. Senior Junior is indeed looking for someone. I have no intention of becoming enemies with the Sea Clan. Please. With regards to Hai Zhantian's reprimand, Xiao Mingyuan only thought that the other party did not believe his words. Immediately, he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. However, before the words from his mouth sounded, Hai Zhantian waved his big sleeve and a vast pressure that was countless times more terrifying than before instantly turned into an invisible storm that swept forward. Before Xiao Mingyuan could react, it fiercely pounced on his body and sent him flying with a blow. Xiao Mingyuan, who stabilized his body, had a huge change in expression. Although the imposing pressure couldn't hurt him, the terrifying power still caused the blood in his body to surge. If you are still stubborn, then next time it won't be just this. Just as Xiao Mingyuan raised his head, Hai Zhantian's cold voice rang out once again. At the same time, the terrifying aura from the latter's body also assaulted Xiao Mingyuan. Xiao Mingyuan's expression immediately changed drastically when he sensed the strength of that force. He could not be bothered about anything else as he hurriedly maneuvered the dou qi in his body. His body swiftly retreated backward and only stopped when he was 1,000 feet away. However, Hai Zhantian still looked at the other party aggressively. The biting coldness in his eyes did not decrease in the slightest because Xiao Mingyuan had retreated. It wasn't until a long while later that Xiao Mingyuan gritted his teeth with a face full of unwillingness. He helplessly let out a long sigh, flicked his sleeve and turned around to leave the North Sea. After a long time, when Xiao Mingyuan's aura had already disappeared into the North Sea, Hai Zhantian retracted the pressure he had released. At the same time he heaved a sigh of relief. Only at this moment did Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon behind him exchange doubtful looks. After hesitating for a moment, Hai Zhantian finally could not help but open his mouth. "Father, if Xiao Mingyuan is really here to look for someone, could he be here to look for Xiao Yan? If this is the case, then if we expel him from the North Sea, will this?" However, before Hai Zhantian could finish speaking, Hai Zhantian narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "This is still uncertain. However, if this is really the case, then all the more we can't let him enter the North Sea." Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon immediately raised their eyebrows when these words were spoken. They could not help but feel doubtful in their hearts. If Xiao Mingyuan was here to look for Xiao Yan, then it would prove that Xiao Yan was a member of the Xiao clan. Wouldn't it be best to let him return to the clan? However, why didn't they let Xiao Mingyuan look for him? Hai Zhantian seemed to have seen through the doubts of the two. He took a deep breath and raised his eyes to look in the direction that Xiao Mingyuan had left. He slowly said, "Even if he is here to look for Xiao Yan, we can't be sure whether his purpose is good or bad. If his goal is to kill Xiao Yan, then we will undoubtedly harm Xiao Yan if we bring Xiao Yan to him. But what if Xiao Mingyuan is here to look for Xiao Yan with good intentions?" The heaven-devouring flood dragon nodded and then asked suspiciously, "Yes, if Xiao Mingyuan was here to look for Xiao Yan with good intentions, then wouldn't their actions be counterproductive?" "I don't think so. If Xiao Yan is really a member of the Xiao clan, then why would he bring his ancestor with him when he left the clan? Moreover, his ancestor is only a spiritual body. As a spiritual body, it is very difficult for him to survive on this continent. So why didn't he choose to return to the clan?" Hai Zhantian's words made Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon's eyes light up. If Xiao Yan and his ancestor did not leave the Xiao clan due to some kind of coercion, then for the sake of his ancestor, Xiao Yan should return to the clan. However, it was obvious that the latter did not want to return. This also meant that the reason why they left the clan was probably because of people like Xiao Mingyuan. The reason why Hai Zhantian expelled Xiao Mingyuan from the North Sea was to avoid attracting a bigger disaster. In short, whether he is here to look for Xiao Yan or not, we can't let him enter the North Sea. The North Sea is the territory of the Sea tribe. Human experts are not allowed to enter. If something similar happens in the future, no matter what, we must expel them. Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon immediately responded respectfully. Then the three of them returned to the depths of the North Sea with their own guesses. At the same time, Xiao Yan was still slowly refining the sea heart flame in the hidden dragon abyss. Time was like the sand in one's fingers. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed. In the past 3 years, the hidden dragon abyss had always been in a calm state. From the outside, it was impossible to see any changes in the hidden dragon abyss. Even Hai Zhantian was unable to see the specific situation inside due to the uniqueness of the hidden dragon abyss. Outside the hidden dragon abyss, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon stood quietly. Their eyes were fixed on the calm surface of the hidden dragon abyss, as if they wanted to see something from it. The two of them would come here every once in a while to observe the hidden dragon abyss, as if they wanted to see Xiao Yan's situation through the surface of the hidden dragon abyss. However, their thoughts seemed to be a little naive. "Sigh, as expected, I still can't see anything. That kid, ever since he entered the hidden dragon abyss, there has been no movement. I wonder what the situation is like now." After staring for a long time without any results, Hai Zhantian helplessly sighed. He exchanged glances with the heaven-devouring dragon beside him and saw a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. After which, the two of them turned around and left. However, at this moment, the originally calm hidden dragon abyss in front of them suddenly began to churn violently. Then, with a pew sound, the ice-cold seawater in the hidden dragon abyss instantly shot up into the sky. Chapter 1049. An astonishing pillar of water gushed out from the hidden dragon abyss, reaching a height of 100 feet. Just as it was about to touch the sea above, it suddenly exploded with a bang, turning into countless tiny icy water droplets that sprinkled over the entire sea serpent clan. Outside the hidden dragon abyss, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon watched this scene with shocked expressions. By the time the two returned to their senses, they saw another pillar of blue fire shoot out from the hidden dragon abyss. However, unlike before, the pillar of fire stealthily dissipated in the air this time. At the same time, it also drew in all the energy in the area. This time it was not only Do Qi but even the Genesis Qi in the area was stirred. Hai Zhantian's and the heaven-devouring dragon's expressions changed once again. To be able to draw in the surrounding Genesis Qi, this meant that Xiao Yan, who was currently cultivating in the hidden dragon abyss, had at least broken through to the origin transformation stage. This kid is really surprising. Standing outside the hidden dragon abyss, Hai Zhantian stared at the cave in front of him in astonishment. The heaven-devouring dragon could not help but nod in agreement. Then, his gaze shifted, and he saw the Sea Serpent clan experts continuously swarming over from outside the sacred altar. These people must have been attracted by the strange commotion just now. However, Xiao Yan was most likely at a critical juncture of his breakthrough, and he absolutely could not be disturbed by any external factors. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be wasted. However, before the heaven-devouring dragon could do anything, Hai Zhantian was already a step ahead. His body trembled slightly, and a powerful aura immediately swept out, forcing back the sea race experts that were rapidly approaching the sacred altar. At the same time, a voice filled with majesty spread from his mouth. From now on, seal off the area 100 feet around the sacred altar. No one is allowed to enter. The command shook the hearts of everyone outside the sacred altar, and they hurriedly retreated with the people beside them. However, Hai Zhantian still seemed to be worried. With a wave of his sleeve, a vast force rapidly spread outwards, enveloping the entire sacred altar. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. The heaven-devouring serpent beside Hai Zhantian had also witnessed everything that was happening in front of him. However, it was unexpected that Hai Zhantian would pay so much attention to Xiao Yan. Perhaps this had something to do with Hai Machin, but it was likely that he had been moved by Xiao Yan's potential. Yes, he possessed such a cultivation at such a young age. The strength of his fighting strength was something that the two of them had never seen before in their lives. However, the thing that shocked them the most was that Xiao Yan was not only incomparably strong in the field of training, but he had also deeply immersed himself in the art of refining medicine. On this point, it was likely that no one in the entire continent could compare with him. Most importantly, Xiao Yan's character were things that an ordinary person could not compare with. This was also the reason why the Sea clan was deeply grateful to him. Perhaps this was also the greatest reason why Hai Zhantian had high hopes for him. As the energy in this space violently surged, a powerful energy of heaven and earth madly rushed into the hidden dragon abyss. A huge energy vortex also condensed in the sky above the hidden dragon abyss. The vigorous energy of heaven and earth quickly gathered, turning into an astonishing storm that rapidly spun above the sacred altar, constantly pouring a huge amount of energy into the hidden dragon abyss below. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was currently in the depths of the hidden dragon abyss, was also madly absorbing and refining the vast amount of energy from the outside world. The light blue flame burned fiercely on the surface of Xiao Yan's body, first filtering the surging energy. Then, after entering the meridians in Xiao Yan's body, it was refined by the cultivation method, and finally purified by the strange flame again before entering the cyclone space. Compared to 3 years ago, the current flame mantra chi method was already very different. After Xiao Yan had successfully refined the sea heart flame, the level of the flame mantra had also risen. Just from its current state, its speed was likely comparable to a high-level Ling Qi method or even surpassing it. However, it was much inferior when compared to a E-level Qi method. Despite this, one could be certain that with Xiao Yan's current flame mantra, there was definitely rarely any Ling Qi method that could compare with it. The increase in the level of the flame technique also directly affected Xiao Yan's cultivation speed. Judging from the current speed of Xiao Yan's absorption and refinement of energy, it was undoubtedly several dozen times faster than 3 years ago. This also further proved the difference between a human rank cultivation method and a spirit rank cultivation method. That was not all. Even Xiao Yan's cultivation this time was different from before. Apart from Do Qi, there was also an even greater amount of Genesis Qi that was being absorbed and refined. Wave after wave of energy was constantly poured into the cyclone space. The Do Qi turned into a sea of energy while the Genesis Qi condensed on its own in the cyclone space, turning into a fist-sized, milky white energy bead. This was proof that he had broken through to the origin transformation realm. An origin bead. This was something that all origin transformation and returnance experts possessed. Only the formation of an origin bead could prove that one had broken through to the Do Emperor realm and become a true origin transformation expert. The formation and existence of an origin bead would only occur between the origin transformation and returnance realms. Its purpose and value was to stabilize the balance between Do Qi and Genesis Qi in the cultivator's body during these two realms. This was to ensure that the cultivator would not explode and die from the conflicting energies within their bodies. Only when one's cultivation reached the origin king stage would the Genesis pearls in one's body begin to decompose. At the same time, the battle Qi in one's body would be completely converted into Genesis Qi, and one would become a true origin king expert. It could be said that the origin transformation and returnance realms were actually a process of converting Do Qi into Genesis Qi. Once the conversion was completed, the cultivator would become an origin king and step into the ranks of the true experts of the continent. They would be revered by everyone. However, even though that was the case, there had been many people who had failed on the path between the origin transformation and returnance realms since ancient times. As a result, even if one succeeded in reaching the origin transformation realm, they would have to work even harder in the future. They would have to advance steadily step by step. Only then would they have a chance of breaking through. As the energy frantically poured in, Xiao Yan's aura rapidly rose. In the blink of an eye, his aura had surpassed the late origin transformation realm and was approaching the returnance realm. However, even with this, vast amounts of energy continued to surge in from the outside world, pouring into Xiao Yan's body without stopping. After being refined by the heavenly fire, the energy was poured into the vortex space. At the same time, Xiao Yan's aura was about to break through to the returnance realm. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes were suddenly opened. A piercingly cold green-colored glow shot out from his eyes. At the same time, a low cry was emitted. Both of his hands were swiftly raised. His 10 fingers moved together and formed a seal in a lightning-like manner. Soon after, the rising aura within Xiao Yan's body suddenly became sluggish. After which, it swiftly fell like the receding tide. The repeatedly swelling energy within the vortex was also forcefully suppressed by Xiao Yan. Afterwards, the absorption and refinement of the energy of the world continued. Chapter 1050. Within the hidden dragon abyss, Xiao Yan repeatedly suppressed the energy that he had refined within his body 7 times. Only then did the enormous natural energy around him gradually disappear. Xiao Yan's cultivation had completely stabilized at the intermediate level of the origin transformation stage. He was only a step away from the advanced level of the origin transformation stage. Xiao Yan had always pursued stability and victory. After refining the sea heart flame, the energy it had given him was indeed great. If he wanted to, he could break through to returnance in a single stroke, but at the same time, there would definitely be a gap in his cultivation after breaking through. In other words, for a very long period of time in the future, it would be very difficult for Xiao Yan's training to increase. Compared to this, Xiao Yan was more willing to focus on the present and train steadily. Accumulating strength would allow him to achieve great results. In this way, the benefits that Xiao Yan would obtain would naturally be permanent. Only after a long while did Xiao Yan slowly exhale in relief after his aura stabilized. He looked inside himself and saw the milky white Genesis bead that slowly hovered in the vortex space within his body. He could not help but smile in satisfaction. Xiao Yan withdrew his thoughts and extended his hand again. With a puff, a deep blue flame rose up from his palm. It was the sea heart flame. After 4 years, the sea heart flame had finally been completely subdued by Xiao Yan. Now he could control it like an extension of his arm. After withdrawing the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan casually stowed the extreme chilling ice soul in front of him into his storage ring. Only then did he stand up. With a gentle tremble, he instantly vanished from where he was. With the growth of his cultivation, Xiao Yan's current speed was countless times faster than a few years ago. He probably had nothing to fear if he faced Qin Su again. Swish. A short while later, Xiao Yan's figure abruptly charged out of the hidden dragon abyss. He leapt into the air, immediately attracting the attention of the experts of the Sea Serpent clan. Outside the sacred altar, countless experts of the Sea Serpent clan only understood when they saw Xiao Yan charge out of the hidden dragon abyss. It was no wonder that Hai Zhantian had sealed off the entire sacred altar. Xiao Yan was actually in the hidden dragon abyss. At the same time, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring flood dragon were also looking at Xiao Yan in the air with faces of joy. With their cultivations, they were naturally able to see the depth of Xiao Yan's aura at a glance. It was the middle level of the origin transformation realm. Moreover, his aura was stable and long-lasting. The energy in his body was unusually abundant. He was only a step away from the late level. In 4 years' time he had leapt from the late 7-star Do D to the mid-origin transformation realm. Such a shocking cultivation speed was truly shocking. Of course, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon understood that the reason Xiao Yan's cultivation could rise so quickly was mostly because he had refined the sea heart flame. However, no matter how one put it, Xiao Yan's current cultivation was truly there. Moreover, the two of them also understood that the process of swallowing a heavenly flame was extremely difficult. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would end up with nothing left of their corpses. Speaking of which, Xiao Yan's current cultivation was largely due to the sea heart flame. However, at the end of the day it was also because of Xiao Yan's own ability. Otherwise, if it was someone else, forget about whether they could successfully swallow and refine a heavenly flame, they would not even be able to find a heavenly flame even if they wanted to. After descending, Xiao Yan arrived in front of Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon. He bowed to the two of them and spoke in a respectful tone. "Seniors, it has been a few years since we last met. How have you been?" "Ha ha ha, why have you become so polite the moment you come out?" "Relax, we are doing very well. You, on the other hand, have not come out for such a long time and I have not been able to investigate the situation in the hidden dragon abyss. I was so anxious that I almost went down to look for you. Fortunately you are fine." "Ha ha ha," Hai Zhantian laughed out loud. He also sighed in relief in his heart. Xiao Yan had not come out for a few years, causing him to be extremely anxious. If it were not for the fact that he trusted Hai Machen's choice and had personally witnessed Xiao Yan's strength, he would have already gone down to bring him up. Hearing this, Xiao Yan also smiled awkwardly. He hurriedly apologized to Hai Zhantian. The latter waved his hand indifferently. Only then did Xiao Yan sigh in relief. However, at this moment, the heaven-devouring dragon beside him opened his mouth with a somewhat depressed expression. "Old Hai is indeed fine, but I..." Raising his eyebrows, Xiao Yan hurriedly looked at the heaven-devouring dragon, only to see that the latter was staring at the hidden dragon abyss not far behind him. Because of the previous water pillar, nearly half of the cold water in the hidden dragon abyss had been sprayed out. Now, the hidden dragon abyss had become a pure deep well without water. Seeing this, Xiao Yan was suddenly stunned. He was so focused on leaving the hidden dragon abyss that he did not notice this point. "Sigh, little fellow, the frigid water in the latent dragon abyss was condensed by our ancestors over countless years. Every drop of frigid water contains frigidine energy. This frigid water is extremely important to our clan. What you did just now..." At this point, the heaven-devouring dragon was speechless, and Xiao Yan also smiled awkwardly. After a long while, he asked tentatively, "Elder, if you can replenish the coldine energy in the hidden dragon abyss, even if you use the sea water from the outside world, it won't matter, right?" Hearing this, the heaven-devouring dragon immediately raised his eyebrows. On the other hand, Hai Zhantian looked at Xiao Yan with interest. Since the latter could say this, it was likely that he already had a way to help the sea serpent tribe replenish the cold water in the hidden dragon abyss. "It is possible to do this, but you should also know that the coldine energy in the hidden dragon abyss is not comparable to ordinary cold ice. If, believe him. You just need to focus on guiding the water into the hidden dragon abyss. I will bear all the consequences." Before the heaven-devouring dragon finished speaking, Hai Zhantian frowned and interrupted him. Hearing this, the latter clenched his teeth and nodded. Immediately, he guided the sea water outside the space of the sea serpent tribe and poured it into the hidden dragon abyss until it was full. Subsequently, Xiao Yan confidently walked to the front of the hidden dragon abyss. Under the curious gazes of the two people behind him, he waved his sleeve. Over 1,000 jade bottles immediately flew out from his storage ring and floated in midair. The moment these jade bottles appeared, an extremely frightening coldine energy spread out from them. In the empty space, countless ice shards condensed out of thin air. The intense coldine energy caused even Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon to raise their eyebrows. These small jade bottles were actually able to release such a frightening coldine energy. Just what kind of divine item was contained within these jade bottles? Bang! Immediately, over 1,000 jade bottles exploded simultaneously. At the same time, a large splash of water shot out from these jade bottles. Finally, it was all poured into the hidden dragon abyss below. Almost at the same time, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon, who were behind Xiao Yan, also recognized the large splash of water. Those 1,000 over jade bottles were all filled with icy spirit frost liquid. Chapter 1051. Icy Spirit Frost Liquid. More than 1,000 bottles, they've all been thrown in. This kid is really wasting God's gift recklessly. After discovering that the more than 1,000 jade bottles were filled with icy spirit frost liquid, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon lost control of their emotions. Their faces were full of dumbfounded expressions, and the shock in their hearts was even more unparalleled. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Yan would be willing to throw more than 1,000 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid into the latent dragon abyss without even blinking an eye. This was too rich. Seeing this scene, the heaven-devouring dragon couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he knew that Xiao Yan would throw so much icy spirit frost liquid into the latent dragon abyss, he would rather Xiao Yan give the icy spirit frost liquid to him. He would naturally use it in the most beneficial way, but looking at the scene before him, it was too late for him to regret. The moment the icy spirit frost liquid was thrown into the latent dragon abyss, an extremely terrifying yin qi suddenly spread out. The surface of the latent dragon abyss was quickly frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the area hundreds of feet below the latent dragon abyss was also filled with ice. A terrifying aura spread out. In the blink of an eye, Hai Zhantian and the heaven-devouring dragon could clearly feel that the yin qi in the latent dragon abyss had not only returned to its original peak, but was even more terrifying than before. The icy spirit frost liquid was indeed a creation of heaven and earth. This kind of power was much more terrifying than the sea tribe's accumulation of countless years. After throwing more than 1,000 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid into the latent dragon abyss, Xiao Yan's expression didn't change at all. To the current Xiao Yan, the icy spirit frost liquid was really not a precious thing. After all, as long as he had the extreme cold ice soul in hand, he could naturally have as much icy spirit frost liquid as he wanted. When Xiao Yan turned around, he found the heaven-devouring dragon looking at him with an embarrassed smile. Seeing the puzzled expression on Xiao Yan's face, the heaven-devouring dragon said awkwardly, "Elder Xiao." This time around, the heaven-devouring flood dragon had called out Xiao Yan's status as an elder the moment it opened its mouth. In an instant, the relationship between both parties had become much closer. "I wonder if you have any more icy spirit frost liquid? If possible, I hope you can. If you need the icy spirit liquid, I have 100 bottles here. Take it as a token of my appreciation for lending you the hidden dragon abyss." Upon hearing the words of the heaven-devouring flood dragon, Xiao Yan instantly understood. Without any hesitation, he gently waved his hand. Immediately, rays of light once again flew out from the storage ring and floated in front of the heaven-devouring flood dragon. The latter was also startled by Xiao Yan's generous action. Soon after, it hurriedly kept the 100 jade bottles with joy and gratitude. Although the icy spirit glacial fluid wasn't of much use to him, it was a great help to the younger generation of the Sea Serpent clan. The bloodline of the Sea Serpent clan was cold to begin with. With the help of the icy spirit frost liquid, the cultivation of the younger generation of the Sea Serpent clan would definitely increase by another level. This was crucial to the future of the Sea Serpent clan. To one side, Hai Zhantian gently curled his lips. Afterward he looked at Xiao Yan and glanced him up and down. He smiled, "Not bad, kid. Not bad, kid. You've reached the mid-origin transformation realm in just 4 years. From your aura, you shouldn't be too far away from the late origin transformation realm. Strange, if you had borrowed the energy earlier, you should have been able to reach the late origin transformation realm." Hai Zhantian laughed softly in his mouth. However, he quickly discovered something suspicious. He believed that Xiao Yan definitely had the ability to break through to the advanced level of the origin transformation realm, but why did he not? Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Everything has to be done slowly. With that, Xiao Yan grinned. However, he sighed inside. Late origin transformation was not the only thing he could do. If he wanted to, he could break through to returnance in a single stroke. However, he would not be able to endure the consequences of doing so. However, Xiao Yan was extremely satisfied with how things were right now. "Alright. I wonder if that kid Blood Crown has returned or not. He used to come here every day wanting to know when you would emerge. Now that you've emerged, that kid has disappeared without a trace." As if he had thought of something, the heavens-devouring dragon returned to his senses and gently smiled as he shook his head. Compared to Xiao Yan, his son was far too disappointing. After 4 years, he had only broken through to early origin transformation a few months ago. Compared to Xiao Yan, there was basically no comparison between the two of them. Is Blood Crown not here? A brilliance immediately blossomed on Xiao Yan's face when Xuemian was mentioned. Always interacting with old people had caused him to forget that he was merely a young person. Only by walking together with Xuemian and the others would he be able to feel a relaxed feeling without any pressure. At the very least he did not need to play any tricks. Aha, that kid has gone out with Ling. Recently, something seems to have been discovered in the depths of the Northern Sea, which has attracted quite a few people. The two of them have gone with each other to see what's going on. I've already sent people to follow them, so they'll be fine. Hai Zhantian laughed. Hai Zhantian laughed. He was too lazy to care about the matters of the youngsters. However, after experiencing the empty realm at the bottom of the sea, he became more careful. Whenever Hai Ling went out, there would be experts from the sea race following and protecting her. Haha, I never thought I'd see Brother Xiao Yan emerge as soon as I return. Brother Xiao, welcome back. However, it was also at this moment that a hearty laugh suddenly rang out above the stone platform. Afterwards, the space beside the heavens devouring dragon distorted slightly, and Blood Crown appeared. Brother Blood Crown. The two of them immediately gave each other a big hug as soon as they saw each other. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two of them seemed to have discovered the other two beside them and immediately smiled awkwardly. Afterward, Blood Crown began to tell the three of them about what he had seen and heard on his trip. 2 months ago, not long after Blood Crown had broken through to the origin transformation realm, a dense, poisonous fog had suddenly spread out from an uninhabited island in the depths of the Northern Sea. The poison within the fog was so strong that even some Dodi would not be able to avoid it. There had even been a Dodi who had died from the poison. It was also from that moment onward that the originally desolate and uninhabited island had drawn the attention of various experts in the North Sea. A few days ago, quite a few powerful poison masters in the Northern Sea had rushed over after hearing the news and surrounded the island. The most eye-catching thing was that there was no lack of origin transformation experts among the poison masters. Not long ago, quite a number of experts had launched attacks on the island. After many attempts, the poison fog on the island had finally dissipated by more than half. At the same time, the reason for the poison fog spreading was also exposed in front of everyone's eyes. The one who had released the poison fog was not some strange flower or grass, nor was it some high-rank magical beast. It was a person. A woman in a long white dress who appeared as beautiful and moving as an epiphyllum. What shocked everyone even more was that after the poison masters had identified her, they had discovered that the reason this woman could release such a frightening poison fog was because of her naturally frightening physique. Woeful poison body. It was also at this moment that a pretty figure suddenly appeared in Xiao Yan's mind after hearing Blood Crown's description. Could it be her? The thought that suddenly rose in his heart caused Xiao Yan to feel an inexplicable uneasiness from the bottom of his heart. However, Xiao Yan still insisted that she should still be there at this moment. It was impossible for her to encounter such danger. That's right, all of you should take a look at this. A light flashed in Blood Crown's palm as he spoke. A deep blue bead was crushed by him the moment it appeared. Soon after, a clear image appeared in front of the four of them. What was shown in the image was a battle with a great disparity in strength. The battlefield was that small island. When Xiao Yan clearly saw the information that was displayed in the image, the uneasiness in his heart was instantly magnified. At the same time, an emotion that was a mixture of shock and fury suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart with a loud bang, especially when his gaze saw the extremely beautiful lady wearing a long white dress in the battleground. At the same time, an emotion that was mixed with shock and fury suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart with a loud bang. The woman who had appeared in the image was someone who should have been living on the Dochi continent. Little Fairy Doctor. Chapter 1052. Little Fairy Doctor. Xiao Yan was flying forward at full speed on the boundless sea. The powerful wind pressure stirred up layers of huge waves in the sea below. Xiao Yan's figure had already disappeared from the edge of one's sight in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yan had already carefully inquired about the exact location of the island from Xuemian when they had left the bottom of the sea earlier. Xuemian's heart suddenly trembled when he saw the fury in Xiao Yan's eyes that could not be suppressed. He did not dare to hesitate even a little as he hurriedly pointed in the direction of the small island. Soon after, Xiao Yan's frightening speed once again shocked Xuemian when his body rushed forward. After the heaven-devouring serpent by the side informed him of Xiao Yan's current cultivation, it appeared as though an enormous hammer had violently struck his chest, causing him to be unable to breathe. His heart was unable to calm down for a long time. As for the current Xiao Yan, he did not have the mood to bother about these things. His mind was currently filled with the little fairy doctor. He did not know why the latter had come here, but his heart was unable to remain calm when he saw that she had fallen into danger. With his mid-origin transformation realm cultivation, the Heaven's End steps, and the winged elephant art, Xiao Yan's speed had reached an unimaginable level. According to what Xuemian had said, it would take at least 2 hours for an origin transformation expert to travel from the bottom of the sea to the small island. However, Xiao Yan had used all his strength to travel for less than an hour before a small island appeared in the distance. At the same time, the densely packed figures in the sky also appeared in Xiao Yan's vision. These people had come for the woeful poison body. Regardless of what kind of motive they had, they were all people who could be killed and should be killed by Xiao Yan at this moment. Dragons had reverse scales. Those who touched them would be enraged. Xiao Yan's reverse scales were the people he wanted to protect. At the same time, on the island, a group of people were wearing strange smiles as they stared at the beautiful woman who was covered in wounds. Their eyes were filled with greed and lust. The woeful poison body is indeed different. Although she is only a 3-star Dodi, she can actually unleash a strength that far exceeds her cultivation. After breaking through to the Dodi level, even the poison in her body has become much stronger. Although we have wasted quite a lot of time, we have finally seen through this girl's strength. If we can find a way to transfer her constitution to our bodies and split it apart, not only will we be able to increase our strength, but we will also be able to prevent the poison from invading our hearts. This is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's not just 2. I can see that this woman is a rare beauty. Following the strange laughter, a couple of bearded old men wearing long purple robes slowly approached the extremely weak woman in front of them with lewd smiles on their faces. An unwillingness and fury involuntarily surfaced on the woman's pale pretty face when she heard the obscene words being emitted from the mouths of these few people. The back of her teeth violently bit the tip of her tongue. A bloody scent immediately spread in her mouth. At the same time, a dark purple glow surged from deep within her dim pretty eyes. Are you planning to go all out? I don't like to play with people to death. Among the 5 people who slowly walked forward, a short and fat old man with a small beard laughed in a lewd manner. His body immediately moved. His short and fat body arrived in front of the woman at an unusual speed. His large oily hand was extended forward in an attempt to grab the snow-white neck of the woman. The latter's delicate body suddenly flashed at this moment. She seemed to have narrowly dodged the large hand of the short and fat old man. However, immediately after, a large piece of the long silk dress that was hanging on the lady's shoulder was forcefully torn off. Immediately, a large area of snow-white spring scenery was immediately exposed in the air. It's only fun when it's torn to pieces. The short and fat old man laughed loudly. He deeply inhaled the fragrant scent of the torn dress in his hand before grabbing at the woman's body once again. Swish! Just as the short and fat old man turned around, a dark purple Do-Chi pillar viciously sliced towards the short and fat old man's throat at lightning speed. Bang! However, the woman's attack was casually broken by the short and fat old man. At the same time, milky white Genesis Chi swiftly swirled around the old man's body. Not bad. You still have the courage to launch an attack in such a situation. What an intense wild horse. However, the wilder the horse, the more thrilling it will be to conquer. A lewd laugh was followed by the other 4 people behind him. At the same time, the short and fat old man's body suddenly flashed, appearing in front of the woman at lightning speed. Under the latter's shocked gaze, a palm was sent flying. In the end, despite the woman's best efforts to dodge, it still landed on her right shoulder. Fresh blood splattered. The instant it was spat out, it transformed into a blood arrow that ruthlessly pierced towards the short and fat old man's forehead. Stubborn. This time, the short and fat old man simply snorted coldly. His body shook and a powerful aura immediately swept out, shattering the blood arrow that was heading towards him. At the same time, it once again smashed into the delicate body of the lady that was flying backwards. Immediately, the little Do-Chi that had just agglomerated within her body suddenly scattered. At the same time, the aura of her entire person also instantly fell to the bottom. The moment her lovely body fell to the ground, bright red fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. Her entire person immediately lost all of her fighting strength. The short and fat old man descended with a smile on his face. He walked in front of the woman and a lewd light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the pretty figure lying on the ground. He bent his body and grabbed at the woman's body. Although the woman was not unconscious at this moment, her delicate body could not move at all. She could only watch as the fat hand of the short and fat old man came closer and closer to her body. In the end, swoosh! Just as the woman tightly shut her pretty eyes and was prepared to muster all of her strength to seek death, a sharp piercing sound suddenly sounded in this world. Almost at the same time, a dark black flowing light instantly flew in front of the short and fat old man. At the same time, the latter's body also suddenly stiffened. Soon after, a deafening miserable cry immediately sounded. Only then did everyone present look towards the source of the sound, only to see that the right hand that the short and fat old man had just extended, along with half of his arm, had disappeared without a trace at this very moment. Only scarlet fresh blood continued to spray out. As for the pretty lady that was lying in front of him a moment ago, she had also disappeared at this very moment. When everyone's gazes hurriedly swept over, they saw that not far in front of the short and fat old man, a black-robed young man was gently placing the woman in his embrace on a flat rock behind him. After which, he slowly turned around and raised his head. His extremely cold gaze swept over everyone present. "Damn it. It's you. You broke my hand. I want you to die." The short and fat old man, who was on the verge of going crazy due to the pain, crazily roared. His body was about to charge forward. At the same time, the 4 purple-robed people behind him and some of the experts behind them also looked at each other with gloomy expressions. They were about to charge explosively towards Xiao Yan. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan, whose expression was extremely ice-cold, suddenly took a step forward. A powerful aura and pressure immediately swept out. At the same time, an extremely cold voice was spat out from his mouth. "Whoever moves dies." Chapter 1053. Whoever moves will die. Jihan's words rang in the ears of everyone present, but they were quickly followed by a roar of laughter. As for the 5 purple-robed individuals at the very front of the group, their faces were filled with disdain as they released the boundless energy within their bodies and charged towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the face of the 5 people who were charging over. The icy cold killing intent in his eyes became increasingly exuberant. When he saw that the short and fat old man at the front of the group was about to arrive in front of him, Xiao Yan's right hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. A frightening force agglomerated in his palm in an instant. At the same time, the turbulent and surging energy within the vortex within his body suddenly surged up at this moment. A pale blue flame surged out from deep within his eyes. Soon after, a punch was thrown toward the short and fat old man who was swiftly charging over. Boom! Fist and palm collided, causing a muffled sound to ring out. Terrifying force wrapped in Genesis Chi viciously slammed into the short and fat elder's other hand. The powerful force instantly broke the elder's arm with an unstoppable force, while the remaining force rushed into the elder's body. With a loud bang, the short and fat elder's body was sent flying uncontrollably, his aura fading away as he fell silent. Old 5. The expressions of the 4 individuals immediately changed when they saw that the short and fat elder had been sent flying by a single punch from Xiao Yan. They quickly turned their heads as their chilling gazes landed on Xiao Yan. Bastard, where did this stinking brat come from? To think that he dared to injure old 5, he deserves to die. Attack together, kill this brat. A voice that contained a viciousness was spat out. Soon after, the 4 purple-robed people once again charged toward Xiao Yan. All 4 of them were origin transformation experts. One of them had even reached the intermediate level of the origin transformation realm, which was not inferior to Xiao Yan. Now that the 4 of them had attacked together, a frightening aura that seemed to cover the sky pressed down on Xiao Yan. The powerful pressure that shook one's soul pressed down on Xiao Yan to the point that it was difficult for him to breathe. Even so, Xiao Yan did not retreat in the slightest in the face of the 4's combined attacks. Instead, his body violently jerked as 3 giant phantoms of different colors swiftly condensed behind him. They quickly shrank back, covering the surface of Xiao Yan's body layer by layer. Force Elephant Art. Golden Elephant Art. Wing Elephant Art. The 3 elephant art was used together. A tyrannical aura that could reach the sky immediately spread from Xiao Yan's body, causing even the ground beneath his feet to buzz and tremble. Not only that, Xiao Yan emitted an explosive cry from his mouth at the same time the 3 elephant skill was used. A frightening force and pressure immediately swept out from his body and met the pressure of the 4 people head-on. Bang! With a muffled sound, the pressure of the 4's auras was single-handedly blocked by Xiao Yan. Next, the 4 looked at each other before their figures rapidly flashed, appearing in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. One of them waved his hand, Genesis Chi gathering in his palm as he viciously sent a palm strike towards Xiao Yan's chest. Behind him, the other 3 followed like shadows, their moves mysterious as they attacked Xiao Yan from different directions. Wing Elephant Art. Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. His body immediately flashed swiftly and freely shuttled between the 4 of them, easily dodging the combined attacks of the four of them. At the same time, a fist heavily smashed into the chest of one of them. A grug sound was heard. At the same time, fresh blood sprayed out and that human figure flew out uncontrollably. Soon after, the other three people were also sent flying by Xiao Yan using the same method. However, their fates were undoubtedly much better when compared to the former. Given Xiao Yan's current cultivation, his speed was basically invincible amongst those of the same cultivation level when using the wing elephant art and heaven extinction step. In particular, the wing elephant art could not only increase one's movement speed, but also increase one's speed in all aspects. Be it the transfer of energy, the formation of dou skills, or the speed of one's attacks, all of them could be described as demonic. If Xiao Yan were to face off against someone of the same cultivation level, his opponent would definitely not be his match. As for late-stage origin transformation experts, Xiao Yan wanted to give it a try if he were to encounter them one day. He wanted to see just where his current limit was. However, at this moment Xiao Yan was only thinking about how to kill these people. Of course, this also included those who had made their moves earlier but had stopped in the end. He had said before that whoever moved would die. He would do as he said. Damned brat, don't be complacent too early. You want to fight 1 against 4? Aren't you thinking too simply? The four figures gathered together in a sorry state. Each of them looked at each other, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of their mouths. The chi and blood in their bodies were churning, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. They never thought that this brat who had suddenly appeared would actually possess such strength. Not only did he cause their fifth brother to lose the ability to fight, he had also caught them unprepared. However, even though this was the case, one should not forget that apart from being origin transformation experts, they were also 4 poison masters. 4 origin transformation poison masters. Attacked together, used the corpse-sucking poison. The mid-origin transformation expert among the 4 gave a low shout. The 4 immediately nodded their heads and began forming seals again. At the same time, the milky white Genesis chi that originally lingered around their bodies strangely turned purple as sizzling sounds rang out from time to time. The 4 waved their hands and purple Genesis chi began to swirl, swiftly condensing into a large flock of crows in the air. The crows let out strange cries as they viciously charged towards Xiao Yan. Caw 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 caw. The 4 worked together, causing the purple Genesis chi to transform into countless purple crows that covered the sky as they swooped down towards Xiao Yan. The tremendous number of crows was akin to a giant purple cloud, a sight that would cause anyone who saw it to feel a chill run down their spine. Xiao Yan remained unmoved in the face of this. His body stood straight on the spot. He clenched his right hand and 4 long black-colored steel needles were agglomerated between his fingers. Just as the countless number of crows were charging over, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his sleeves. Immediately, a pale blue flame pounced forward. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a long spear that violently charged into the group of crows from the front. A frightening high temperature immediately spread apart. This group of crows that blotted out the sky and covered the land also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, a pitch-black figure flashed past the 4 of them in a lightning-like manner. At the same time, the bodies of the 4 of them trembled. After which they did not make any more movements. At the same time, the life that had existed in their eyes a moment ago was also gone. Quickly following this, Xiao Yan slowly raised his gaze. His gaze once again landed on those people who had moved their feet earlier. Terror soon followed. Chapter 1054. Ah! Miserable cries continuously sounded on the island. Numerous lifeless bodies fell from the sky uncontrollably. A long while later, nearly half of the so-called high-class Dou Di on the battlefield had been killed by Xiao Yan. Only at this moment did he stop panting. He turned his head around and looked at the white-dressed lady lying on the huge rock. It was the little fairy doctor. Ah! Even though he was physically and mentally exhausted, Xiao Yan still parted his mouth and smiled. His body moved and he was about to fly towards the little fairy doctor below. However, at this moment, swoosh! A shocking energy rainbow penetrated Xiao Yan's body in an instant. Soon after, a surprised sound was suddenly emitted from the sky not far behind. An old man hidden under a black robe raised his head with a surprised expression. He looked at Xiao Yan's location only to see that Xiao Yan's body had scattered into an invisible light spot and disappeared from this world. An afterimage? The old man's pupils shrunk slightly. He did not expect that Xiao Yan, who had already expended a lot of energy, would actually be able to dodge his sudden attack. Chi. In the next moment, a rushing wind sound suddenly sounded in this world. The old man's expression immediately changed and he hurriedly moved to dodge. However, a corner of his black robe was still torn apart by the flowing light. The old man's expression sank as he looked at the corner of his black robe that had been torn apart. He raised his eyes and saw a black-robed young man floating in the air not far away. The young man's face carried an ice-cold expression as he stared at the old man. "Since you were able to dodge my attack just now, I believe that you should have discovered me long ago." The old man took off the black robe on his body and revealed a skinny dark face. A pair of shady old eyes stared straight at Xiao Yan. His tone carried a strange smile as he spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was non-committal and did not pay much attention to him. He waved his right hand and a raging flame immediately rose from his palm. The temperature of the world also suddenly changed at this moment. Heavenly flame. As he gazed at the blazing flame on Xiao Yan's hand, a greedy glint appeared in the old man's sinister eyes. Compared to the lady in white dress, the heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's hand was even more tempting to him. If it was not for this, it was likely that he would have to delay the timing of his attack. "My friend, why don't you give me the heavenly flame and I'll let you leave with her?" Suddenly, the old man grinned and said without any trace of politeness. However, the old man's words were met with a merciless flaming light from Xiao Yan. The stream of light pierced through the air and appeared before the old man in the blink of an eye. It was about to land on the old man's body, but the old man still looked indifferent. He looked at the stream of light that was rapidly enlarging in his eyes with an indifferent expression. Just as the stream of light was about to land on the old man's body, a thick arm suddenly shot out from thin air. Wrapped in Genesis Chi, the arm destroyed the stream of light with a single punch. Next, 3 muscular figures appeared in front of the old man one after another. Xiao Yan's eyes swept over and his heart immediately became cold. The 3 large men who had appeared at this moment were all origin transformation experts. Their auras were not weaker than the 5 people from before. "Hehe, how is it? Have you thought it through? Although you were quick in killing those fellows earlier, you must have used up quite a lot of energy, right? What's more, you've also killed those small fries. In your current state, if you're unwilling to hand over the heavenly flame to us 4 origin transformation experts, I really don't know how you'll survive. Therefore, I advise you to obediently hand over the heavenly flame to this old man and I can spare your life." The old man in black robes smiled as he walked out from behind the trio. The instant his words rang out, vast and boundless spiritual force instantly swept out like a storm, viciously descending on Xiao Yan's head. The expressions of everyone present abruptly changed when they sensed the terror of the spiritual force. The old man's spiritual force was at least Tier 5. Tier 5 spiritual force. "How about it, are you willing?" The old man seemed to be very satisfied with the shocked gazes around him. His hands were behind his back, giving him the appearance of an expert. However, his actions were rather shameless. Of course, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, there was no distinction between good and evil. The spiritual pressure that descended on Xiao Yan's head became even more powerful after the black-robed old man's words sounded. However, Xiao Yan's expression did not change even a little. Immediately afterwards, just as the old man in black robes was about to exert more pressure, Xiao Yan suddenly snorted coldly. Immediately, a terrifying spiritual force that was even more powerful than the old man suddenly turned into an invisible storm of energy, sweeping through the surroundings. At the same time, it forced the old man in black robes to take several steps back. The instant he raised his head, a deep shock immediately surged into the eyes of the black-robed old man. The expression on his face suddenly changed drastically. Even the 3 large, strong men behind him and the various strong people around him also had faces of disbelief as they eyed Xiao Yan in the arena. Tier 5 spiritual force. This brat actually has Tier 5 spiritual force as well. Damn it, so what if you have Class 5 spiritual force as well? I refuse to believe that you can defeat 4 origin transformation experts by yourself. With a loud shout, the 3 origin transformation experts behind the old man immediately stepped forward. Their powerful presences swept out without holding back at all. With a single movement, they turned into 3 streaks of light and arrived before Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. They all swung their large fists and viciously punched at Xiao Yan. Bang, bang, bang. Soon after, 3 muffled booms rang out. The 3 origin transformation experts could not help but let out miserable cries as their burly bodies were sent flying uncontrollably. In the end, they heavily smashed into the small island below. Immediately, everyone present raised their eyes with stunned faces. They saw 3 human figures standing in front of Xiao Yan at this moment. A powerful aura spread out from their bodies, causing the expressions of everyone on the island to change drastically. Judging from the presences of the three people who had suddenly appeared, they were all late-stage origin transformation experts. However, just as everyone's gazes landed on the three people, figures descended from the sky to Xiao Yan's left and right. There were actually over 100 of them. And these 100 people, without exception, were all origin transformation realm experts. 100 origin transformation experts. A group of trash dares to touch an elder of the Sea Clan in the territory of the Sea Clan. This is unforgivable. Kill them. Chapter 1055. Deep within the Northern Sea, within Xiao Yan's dormitory in the Sea Shark tribe. At this moment, an extremely beautiful lady in a long white dress was lying flat on the bed. Her pretty eyes were tightly shut. With every breath she took, there was natural energy flowing into her body. This lady was the little fairy doctor who had been rescued by Xiao Yan from the small island. At that time, due to the latter's severe injuries, the latter had already fallen unconscious after Xiao Yan had rescued her. Fortunately, with the medicinal pill that Xiao Yan had fed her, the injuries within the little fairy doctor's body had already improved. It was likely that she would be able to wake up from her coma soon. As for a complete recovery, it was likely that it would still require a couple of days. Beside the bed, Xiao Yan's gaze was calm as he watched the pretty person lying flat in front of him. The emotion in his heart involuntarily became a little excited. He did not expect that he would actually be able to meet one of the few friends he had in this foreign land. This was really a small world where one would meet each other. However, while Xiao Yan was feeling surprised in his heart, he also thought of Sun Er at this moment. Compared to Xiao Yan and the little fairy doctor, the latter was currently being imprisoned by a group of experts with unknown identities. Xiao Yan was still unaware of her exact situation. Hun Clan. Xiao Yan immediately clenched his fist tightly when he thought of this. It was unexpected that he was still unable to shake off that group of detestable things even after coming to this place. Ugh. It was also at this moment that the originally unconscious little fairy doctor on the bed suddenly frowned slightly. A slight muffled snort was emitted from her nose. Immediately, a pair of beautiful moving eyes slowly opened. The sudden movement of the little fairy doctor immediately attracted Xiao Yan's attention. His gaze looked over and coincidentally met the eyes of the little fairy doctor, who had just opened her eyes. Immediately, two emotions uncontrollably surged out from the bottom of the two people's hearts. Xiao Yan. The little fairy doctor ignored the injuries on her body as she suddenly stood up and pounced into Xiao Yan's embrace. At this moment, the tears in the eyes of this woeful poison lady, who had quite a great reputation in the outside world, involuntarily surged out of her eyes. They followed her beautiful face and rolled down. A sobbing sound immediately sounded in Xiao Yan's embrace. The action of the lady appeared to be venting all the grievances she had suffered during this period of time as she cried without caring about anything. The fairy doctor's actions caught Xiao Yan off guard. The expression on his face froze for a while. Only then did he hesitantly embrace the fairy doctor in his embrace, allowing the latter to cry in grievance. He completely did not notice that the door behind him had been opened at some point in time, and a young man and woman were standing there with faces of astonishment. Originally, Shui Mian and Hai Ling Er had only come to take a look at the situation. It was unexpected that they would see such a scene the moment they opened the door. It really caught them off guard. The two of them quietly withdrew. It was a long while later before the little fairy doctor finally left Xiao Yan's embrace with reddened eyes. The two of them exchanged glances and a bright red color immediately surfaced on the little fairy doctor's pretty face. Xiao Yan also felt a little embarrassed. He calmed himself down before asking the little fairy doctor why she had appeared on that island. The little fairy doctor only withdrew her mind after hearing Xiao Yan's question. While she was thinking in her heart, her pretty face involuntarily revealed an expression of hatred and self-blame. After which, she told Xiao Yan about the matter that had occurred on the Doqi continent a couple of years ago. Xiao Yan, from the way they dressed back then, it is very likely that the two of them are members of the Hun clan. Bang! The chair that Xiao Yan was sitting on was instantly blasted apart just as the little fairy doctor's final sentence left her mouth. His body also suddenly stood up. A wild and violent killing intent suddenly surged out from within his body. It actually turned into an invisible aura that lingered around his body. The expression on the little fairy doctor's pretty face immediately changed when she sensed this biting cold killing intent. A gloomy expression flashed deep within her pretty eyes. However, she quickly recovered, raised her eyes to look at Xiao Yan and said with a frown, "Xiao Yan. Although I can roughly recognize that they are members of the Hun clan, I am unable to tell where they came from." Ghost Temple Gate. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air. He forcefully suppressed the wild killing intent within his heart. After which, he spoke with a pause between each word. Ghost Temple Gate? The little fairy doctor frowned and voiced her doubts. It is those damn things that have captured Sonaire. Their target is the Tushi Ancient God's Jade again? It is the Tushi Ancient God's Jade again? The little fairy doctor's heart was startled. The Tushi Ancient God's Jade. Back then, it was because of this thing that the entire Dochi continent had turned into an uproar. It had even nearly sent the entire continent into a sea of fire. Originally, they thought that this matter would come to an end after Hun Tiendi was sealed by Xiao Yan. However, it was unexpected that there was actually another faction in this distant foreign world who had already set their sights on the Tushi Ancient God's Jade while they thought that everything had come to an end. Even though there was a continent between them, these fellows were still unwilling to give up and had chased over. After which, Xiao Yan recounted the matter of the chief of the Ghost Hall and how he had met Sonaire to the little fairy doctor. An extremely cold murderous intent was immediately revealed on the little fairy doctor's face when she heard that those fellows had actually used Sonaire as a hostage to threaten Xiao Yan. This was especially the case after she recalled the tactics of the Ghost Hall. Her heart was certain that these fellows were definitely members of the Hun clan. Such tactics were no different from kidnapping Xiao Yan's father, Xiao Zhan back then. This group of things that are neither human nor ghost. All they do is steal and do shady things. They really deserve to die. The little fairy doctor cursed furiously in her heart. However, Xiao Yan gradually calmed his heart. The wild killing intent that filled his eyes gradually disappeared. Although he was worried about Sonaire, he also knew that he needed to first possess great strength if he wanted to rescue Sonaire. Only by possessing a powerful cultivation that was sufficient to shake the Ghost Temple sect would he have the chance to rescue Sonaire. Otherwise, regardless of how furious he was, it would ultimately be useless. Hence, rather than daydreaming, it was more important to think of a way to raise his own cultivation. After Xiao Yan withdrew from the room, he discovered that Shui Crown and Hai Ling Er were currently seated in the courtyard. The corners of their mouths contained an unknown smile as they watched Xiao Yan walk out of the room. Xiao Yan was involuntarily startled when he noticed the strange gazes of these two people. He looked at his own body but there did not seem to be any changes. This involuntarily caused Xiao Yan to be a little surprised. When Xiao Yan walked closer, Shui Crown immediately had a mocking expression as he ridiculed him. He, old brother Xiao Yan, the one inside, is your wife? Chapter 1056. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing Shui Mian's sudden question, Xiao Yan was immediately startled. He forcefully coughed out the half of the breath he had just inhaled in his chest. His old face also instantly turned red. Hai Ling Er, who was by the side, could not help but reveal a pair of small canine teeth as she laughed in a lovely manner. Big brother Xiao Yan, we saw it just now. You and the big sister inside were hugging each other. Ugh, Hai Ling Er's words allowed Xiao Yan to instantly understand. No wonder Shui Mian would suddenly have such a question. It was actually because of this. You two fellows. After a long while, Xiao Yan finally recovered with a bitter smile on his face. He shook his head at the two people in front of him and said, "She's not my wife. Then she is my lover." Although Hai Ling Er was usually considered quiet, that was only in front of the elders. When she was among the same generation, especially after she was no longer restricted by Xiao Yan's title of joint elder, she immediately became much more lively. However, sometimes she seemed to be a little too lively. Hearing this, Xiao Yan still shook his head and smiled. His face immediately recovered its serious expression and said, "She is my best friend." This simple sentence carried an extremely heavy weight in Xiao Yan's heart. In one's life, there were countless people that one had met and befriended. The number of people that one could hang out with and drink with was even more innumerable. However, the number of people that one could truly call one's friends were very few. This principle was absolute. No matter where one went, it was the same. Xiao Yan did not have many friends. If one counted carefully, it was likely that one could count them all with two hands. However, even so, these people were worthy of Xiao Yan protecting with his life. The little fairy doctor happened to be in this list. After Xiao Yan's words sounded, the two people in front of him did not say anything else. Even with Hai Ling Er's playful nature, she could also see a different feeling from Xiao Yan's eyes. After which, Shui Mian immediately changed the topic in order to prevent the atmosphere from becoming awkward. Xiao Yan also withdrew his thoughts and chatted with the two of them with a smile on his face. At the same time, in front of the tightly shut door in the dormitory, the pale-faced little fairy doctor also turned around in a lonely manner. Her movements were slow and stiff as she returned to the bed. A mist once again surfaced in her beautiful eyes. 2 days later, Xiao Yin and the little fairy doctor set off and left the northern sea. Originally, Xiao Yin hoped that the little fairy doctor could stay for a few more days. It would not be too late to leave after her injuries had healed. However, the little fairy doctor kept saying that it was fine and that she wanted to take a look at the outside world. Xiao Yin could not change her mind for the time being. At the same time, an inexplicable feeling of worry rose in his heart. As a result, the two of them left the bottom of the sea. Because the little fairy doctor was still injured, Xiao Yin asked Hai Zhantian to act. He easily summoned an origin transformation realm deep-sea beast for the two of them. The two of them sat on the beast's back and headed to the northern wastelands. On the way, when they passed by Beihai College, Xiao Yin could not help but stop. Under the little fairy doctor's accompaniment, he once again ascended to the peak of the mountain. The strongest person in Beihai College, Shui Miao, the fellow called Qin, seemed to know that Xiao Yin would come. He was actually waiting for the latter here. The two of them chatted for a while. They were both happy and passionate. These feelings could not be considered as enmity, but it was the rarest sincerity between true opponents. In addition, Xiao Yin was shocked to discover that the statue of the Tu-Shi ancient emperor that originally stood at the peak of the mountain had strangely disappeared into the mountain, leaving behind only the huge stone platform in the sky. Now that place had become another training ground for Beihai College. In the entire academy, it was likely that only the elders in the elder's seat knew a little about the unusual change in the statue. However, there was no one who could explain it. On top of feeling helpless, Xiao Yin bid farewell to Shui Miao and once again stepped onto the road. For the rest of the journey, with the giant beast leading the way, their speed was much faster than when they first entered the North Sea a few years ago. In just half a month's time, the two of them were not far from Northern Army City. Interestingly, along the way they once again encountered a ship from Ryuzawa Square. This time it was actually their boss, Lu Jin, who was leading the way. Unfortunately, they encountered a terrifying magical beast at the origin transformation realm. The ship was almost destroyed by that beast. When they saw the second giant beast rapidly approaching, despair appeared on their faces. However, they were shocked to see that the fellow that attacked their ship was actually forcefully killed by the other magical beast. Its powerful strength cut the magical beast in half. In the blink of an eye, the danger that enveloped the entire Ryuzawa Square was easily resolved. Soon after, Lu Jin saw Xiao Yin. Half a month later, Xiao Yin and the fairy doctor arrived at Beijun City. Coming here for the second time, Xiao Yin felt as if the place had remained the same, but the people had changed. When he had first come here, he had only been a 7-star Do-D. Now, almost 5 years had passed, and he had already grown into an origin transformation expert. However, looking at this place, there were many differences compared to the past. Under the urging of time, experts constantly worked hard to become stronger. The entire world had undergone tremendous changes in the hands of these experts. Not long after arriving at Beijun City, the first piece of news that reached Xiao Yan's ears shocked him. In a short 5 years, the Northern Desolate Hall of the Northern Wastelands had expanded its influence all over the place. It had already swallowed up many of the old factions in the Northern Wastelands. Its overall strength was constantly growing. Its hall master, Qin Su, had already reached the late stage of the origin transformation expert. He could be said to be extremely powerful. Even the South Hall Master's cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the origin transformation expert. He could be said to be the second pillar of the Northern Desolate Hall. These two people were without a doubt the strongest fighting force of the Northern Desolate Hall. However, when Xiao Yin heard the second piece of news, his expression instantly became gloomy. Half a month ago, the Northern Desolate Hall Master, Qin Su, had seized a high-grade spirit stone within the area under his control. At the same time, he had also captured a young lady who was born with strange eyes. That young lady had a pair of bright, colorful eyes that were extremely intelligent. The most mysterious thing about her eyes was that they could actually see the location of all the treasures in the world. As long as a treasure appeared near the young lady, it would be discovered by her. It was said that her eyes were one of the few strange eyes in the world. Illusionary spirit eyes. Currently, the Hall Master of the Northern Desolate Hall had already imprisoned that young lady. He was preparing to change her eyes in front of everyone in 2 days. He wanted to take that illusionary spirit eyes for himself. The moment Xiao Yin heard this news, a ferocious killing intent suddenly rose in his heart. Chapter 1057. Northern Wasteland, Northern Mountain. A vast and mighty crowd was flying over the top of the Northern Mountain to observe. At this moment, there were quite a number of elders from the Northern Wasteland Hall standing on the large open ground at the peak of the Northern Wasteland Mountain. They were directing the order of the place. An increasing number of people continued to surge over. The might of the Northern Wasteland Hall, in addition to the attraction of the illusionary spirit eyes, caused the number of spectators to be exceptionally large. This resulted in the Northern Wasteland Hall dispatching over 100 deacons and elders. This also indirectly displayed the foundation of the Northern Wasteland Hall to everyone present. The 100 elite Do-D were dispatched in unison. Very soon the order of the place was stabilized. The tightly shut door of the Northern Wasteland Hall finally opened with a creaking sound at noon. Sunlight scattered in and a thin layer of fog scattered. The scene within the hall also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There was not even a single human figure within the large hall. Everyone present involuntarily frowned when they saw this scene. Their aim for coming to the Northern Wasteland Hall this time around was to personally witness the legendary illusionary spirit eyes and the hall chief of the Northern Wasteland Hall, Qin Su. After all, both of them were extremely famous within the current Northern Wasteland. There were countless people who wanted to see them, but very few had actually seen them. This was because, other than a small number of people who were willing to submit to Qin Su and become his subordinates, most of those who had seen him were mercilessly killed by Qin Su. Hence, there was a saying in the Northern Wasteland that anyone who had seen Qin Su was either a lackey or a corpse. Although there were many people who were unyielding, there were also many people who dragged out an ignoble existence in this world. This was also one of the reasons why the Northern Wasteland Hall was able to swiftly develop over the years. Although there were many old factions in the Northern Wasteland who were already dissatisfied with the Northern Wasteland Hall, many factions chose to remain silent due to the latter's great strength. This kind of silence undoubtedly gave the Northern Wasteland Hall an opportunity. If they were allowed to continue developing, it was likely that the remaining old factions in the Northern Wasteland would be swallowed up by them in less than 10 years. However, no one was able to stop this development until now. As a result, today's scene had occurred. The experts who had gathered around the square frowned as they looked at the empty hall. They couldn't help but wonder if the so-called illusionary spirit pupil really existed. Where was Qin Su, the palace master of the Northern Wilderness Palace? Are you looking for me? However, just as everyone was feeling suspicious in their hearts, a soft laughter was suddenly emitted from the sky. At the same time, a figure wearing a brocade robe suddenly appeared in midair in the middle of the square. As he appeared, a vast and mighty aura suddenly swept out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire peak of the northern mountain. A terrifying aura enveloped everyone present. The terrifying aura caused everyone's expression to change drastically. Some of the weaker ones were suppressed to the foot of the northern mountain by this pressure. As for the others, they also gritted their teeth and looked up with ugly expressions. They stared at the center of the square. The figure who had suddenly appeared was the palace master of the Northern Wilderness Palace, Qin Su. Although this move of his could not truly injure anyone, it served as a great deterrent to this group of people. Once they returned, it would undoubtedly be a boost to his reputation. He wasn't a good person, so he didn't need to establish his prestige. He only needed to make everyone in the Northern Wilderness fear him. Only then would he be able to swallow up the other factions more quickly and steadily. Instead of giving them a physical blow, it was better to suppress them from the bottom of their hearts. At that time, there would naturally be people who would take the initiative to seek refuge with him. In today's event, not only did he want to seize the girl's illusionary spirit pupil, he also wanted to increase his terrifying reputation. After a while, when Qin Su got the result he really wanted and saw the look of horror on the faces of the onlookers, he retracted his aura with a satisfied smile on his face. Then he got to the point. Haha. Everyone, I'm sure you've all come to my northern mountain because you've heard about the illusory spirit pupil. I also know that most of you are here for the illusory spirit pupil. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wishes. The moment he finished speaking, Qin Su waved his hand. Then, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was grabbed by the throat by Qin Su. When everyone looked up, they saw a beautiful young girl being held in Qin Su's hand. She was forced to open her eyes, revealing a pair of colorful eyes. Although the girl's aura was weak at the moment, the lively light in her beautiful eyes never faded. This is the illusionary spirit pupil. Wow! In an instant the crowd was in an uproar. Numerous gazes were filled with surprise as they looked at the girl's beautiful eyes. A fire could not help but rise in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, Qin Su casually threw the girl's delicate body out of control. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance and caught the girl's falling body with his own body. The person who caught Kai was her brother Zhu Chang. The latter was captured by Qin Su together with Kai. His purpose was to force Kai to hand over her eyes willingly. Only then would the effect of Qin Su's refining be perfect. Otherwise, if there was even the slightest flaw, it could lead to unforeseen events in the future. This was not an outcome that Qin Su wanted to see. Brother? Kater's aura was weak as she moaned. When she saw her brother's blood-stained face, a layer of tears immediately surged into her beautiful eyes. Her brother's injuries were all caused by her. Seeing Kai like this, Zhu Chang also gritted his teeth hatefully. He tightly hugged the young girl in his arms as tears of unwillingness almost flowed out of his eyes. As her elder brother, he finally held back his tears. He could not allow his younger sister to be hurt for any reason. Ahaha, what a touching family. How about it? Have you thought it through? It has already been half a month. My patience has already been worn down by you. Little girl, today you will either hand over the illusionary spirit pupil willingly, or you will personally watch me kill your brother and forcefully seize it. Qin Su's face revealed a ferocious expression and a sinister smile. A sinister look surfaced deep within his eyes. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying it would be if such a person was allowed to possess the illusionary spirit pupil. Kai, you must not agree to it. Even if you agree to it, we will still be unable to escape death. As long as you do not agree, he will definitely not dare to do anything to you. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhu Chang's body immediately flew out uncontrollably. Blood splattered everywhere and his aura instantly dropped to rock bottom. At the same time, Kai was once again lifted up by Qin Su with a gloomy face. You really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Tell me, are you willing or not? With a furious rebuke, Qin Su turned his terrifying face towards Kai, and a cold murderous intent surged in his eyes. Being lifted up by Qin Su, Kai was extremely terrified. She subconsciously struggled and shook her head. Qin Su immediately snorted angrily. The hand that was strangling the girl's neck tightened slightly. At the same time, his other hand waved his sleeve fiercely and a powerful energy beam suddenly shot out towards Zhu Chang. It was only at this moment that Kater came back to her senses. She hurriedly nodded and hoped that the person in front of her would let her brother go. Unfortunately, everything was too late. As Qin Su smiled with satisfaction, the energy beam got closer and closer to Zhu Chang's immobile body. However, the former simply ignored it. He let go of Kai and made a hand seal to change his pupils. But at this moment, bang! The energy beam that had already arrived in front of Zhu Chang was instantly blasted apart by another force that suddenly appeared in the square. On the square, the smoke and dust dispersed. A young man in black robes was standing straight in the middle of the square. Behind him was Zhu Chang, who had nearly been killed by the energy beam. Looking at his face, who else could it be other than Xiao Yan? Chapter 1058. The sudden appearance of a figure immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially when they saw the black-robed man's handsome face. They could not help but reveal looks of surprise on their faces. The person who had blocked Qin Su's attack was actually such a young man. When Qin Su and Kai in front of him saw Xiao Yan, both of their faces revealed a surprised and pleasantly surprised expression. Master! An unrestrained joy surfaced on Kai pale pretty face. Crystal-clear tears continued to swirl in her eyes. She let out an exclamation as her lovely body charged toward Xiao Yan. Umph! However, just as Kai was about to move, she was pulled back by Qin Su. After letting out a cold snort, his eyes once again turned to Xiao Yan. A cruel killing intent and a cold smile immediately surged within his eyes. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with a cold smile. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. You were lucky enough to escape from my hands back then, so why do you dare to come back now? You even took in a disciple while you were at it, ha ha ha. Since the two of you have met today, why don't you stay here instead of leaving? Xiao Yan ignored Qin Su. He first turned around and helped Zhu Chang consume a medicinal pill. After which, he immediately turned his gaze to Kai. A warm smile was revealed on his indifferent face as he slowly said, don't be afraid. Master is here to pick you up. Shameless boasting. Qin Su let out a cold snort with a gloomy expression. Soon after, he released Kai with one hand and his body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. With a flip of his hand, he heavily slammed the latter's head. Seeing this, an extremely cold look flitted across Xiao Yan's eyes, but there wasn't the slightest trace of fear on his face. His right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, and the veins on his arm bulged. Violent force rapidly gathered in his entire arm, and surging energy emerged on the surface of his fist. Then, he swung his arm and sent a punch towards Qin Su's palm. Kid, you're courting death. With a grin, the Genesis chi in Qin Su's body churned, and the energy contained in his palm grew several times stronger. Then it collided with Xiao Yan's fist. Boom. A muffled bang sounded. Xiao Yan's body remained standing in the same spot without moving. A vast and mighty strength suddenly erupted from the point where the fist and palm collided. The frightening strength actually caused Qin Su's expression to change drastically in an instant. The pupils of his eyes shrunk to the size of the tip of a needle. The shock in his heart was instantly aroused. The power that had gathered in Qin Su's hand only lasted for 2 breaths of time when the fist and palm collided before it was completely shattered by Xiao Yan's powerful attack. The remaining power charged into Qin Su's body without stopping, and the latter's body was immediately sent flying backwards. Only after flying 100 feet away did he forcibly stabilize his body, and the destructive power crazily flowing in his body was suppressed with great difficulty. Even so, one could see that Qin Su's face had become much paler after a single exchange. How is this possible? Your cultivation level? The mid-origin transformation stage? How is this possible? You were clearly a 7-star Do-D a few years ago. How did you raise your cultivation to such a level in just a few short years? Qin Su angrily widened his eyes. Disbelief was revealed deep within his eyes. In just a few short years, Xiao Yan had leaped from a 7-star Do-D to an expert at the middle level of the origin transformation realm. This was something that was almost impossible to achieve. However, the powerful fighting strength that Xiao Yan had displayed and the aura that he had sensed when the two of them had clashed told him that the black-robed young man in front of him, whom he had not seen for a few years, had really become an expert at the middle level of the origin transformation realm. Such an expert was definitely in existence that stood at the pinnacle even in the entire northern desolate region. When the words from Qin Su's mouth were transmitted into the ears of the surrounding people present, everyone's expressions changed in unison. Numerous gazes were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yan in the arena. It was very difficult to imagine that this fellow in front of them, who appeared much younger than most of the people present, was actually an intermediate-level origin transformation expert. This was really unbelievable. However, Xiao Yan did not waste any time on nonsense. His body jerked as vast Genesis chi immediately surged out from his body. His foot heavily stomped on the air as his figure abruptly shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Qin Su. He waved his fist and smashed it heavily towards the latter's head. God damn it. Why didn't that fellow tell me that this brat's cultivation speed is so fast? If I had known this would happen, I would have kept him here no matter what. Qin Su cursed in his heart. The corners of his eyes could not help but twitch as he felt the astral wind rushing towards him. His lips parted as fierce killing intent surged in his heart. With a thought, the Genesis chi in his body began to rapidly circulate along his meridians. Despicable brat, so what if you're at the mid-origin transformation stage? In front of an advanced origin transformation stage expert, even an advanced origin transformation stage expert can only bow his head. With a furious cry, Qin Su immediately twisted his body. At the same time that he dodged Xiao Yan's punch, a heavy whip kick also violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's head. See. The chi-chi sound of air being split sounded beside Xiao Yan's ear. The biting cold wind was like a blade scraping against his face, causing him to feel extreme pain. Xiao Yan's expression did not change. He twisted his body slightly and his entire body assumed an extremely strange posture as he easily dodged Qin Su's attack. Soon after, Xiao Yan once again approached Qin Su and used his body as a weapon as he violently collided with Qin Su. The sudden approach caused Qin Su's expression to change slightly. He crossed his arms and hurriedly used them to block in front of him. Xiao Yan's body also heavily collided with him. The enormous impact sent Qin Su's body flying. Soon after, the hands in front of his chest hurriedly formed numerous complicated seals when he stabilized his body. Surging energy swiftly agglomerated in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous energy handprint. Both of his hands violently pushed forward and the energy handprint swiftly shot toward Xiao Yan. Humph, desolation finger. Xiao Yan was unwilling to be outdone. Surging Genesis chi swiftly gathered above his head, transforming into a huge flaming finger that ruthlessly collided with the enormous energy hand that was heading his way. Soon after, both sides scattered amidst an earth-shaking explosion. Qin Su involuntarily knit his brows when he saw the scene in front of him. The fighting strength that Xiao Yan had displayed caused him to be involuntarily shocked. Despite being at the middle level of the origin transformation stage, Xiao Yan's fighting strength was not the slightest bit inferior to an advanced origin transformation stage expert like him. Moreover, Xiao Yan even vaguely showed signs of suppressing him. This was something that caused one to have some disbelief. If Xiao Yan was able to reach the mid-origin transformation stage in a short few years due to his frightening cultivation talent, then wasn't his battle prowess a little too exaggerated? Qin Su thought for a moment in his heart. Only then did he clearly weigh the situation in his heart. With Xiao Yan's current fighting strength, it was no longer something that he could easily defeat. Moreover, if he were to reveal any weakness, he would instead be defeated by Xiao Yan in one strike. At that time, everything that he had done today would be for naught. Humph, Protector E, if you continue to watch from the side, the duck that is about to reach your mouth will fly away. You don't want to see him escape from your eyes again, right? After musing in his heart, Qin Su suddenly turned his gaze and looked towards the large hall. At the same time, a somewhat dissatisfied voice was emitted from his mouth. The instant these words left Qin Su's mouth, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change slightly. His gaze converged with everyone else's, and soon after, a strange laughter rang out from the depths of the large hall. Tisk, tsk, tsk, tsk. Palace Master is right. This time we can't miss this opportunity. A cluster of serene black fog drifted out from deep within the large hall after the strange laughter was emitted. It was exposed in front of everyone's eyes. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately became gloomy. Ghost Palace. Chapter 1059. The Ghost Palace. Xiao Yan merely glanced at this cluster of black fog that had suddenly appeared and immediately recognized the other party's identity. Xiao Yan had already deeply imprinted the appearance of this group of people who were neither human nor ghost in his heart. As long as he was unable to uproot them, they would become a thorn in Xiao Yan's heart. Even if they did not breathe, they would still cause Xiao Yan's heart to feel a faint pain. The moment the black mist appeared, a powerful pressure that caused people's souls to tremble abruptly spread out from the peak of the northern mountains. When everyone present felt this terrifying aura, their expressions changed once again. Immediately after, there was a hissing sound of people sucking in cold air. This strange fellow that had appeared in the black fog was actually a terrifying existence at the late stage of the origin transformation realm. This also meant that there was another origin transformation realm expert in the Northern Wasteland Palace aside from the Palace Master Qin Su and the South Palace Master. Furthermore, this expert's cultivation was not any weaker than the Palace Master Qin Su's. 2 late-stage origin transformation experts and 1 mid-stage origin transformation expert. The Northern Desolate Hall was enough to sweep away the majority of the old powers in the Northern Desolate region. As long as they were willing, the Northern Desolate region would have fallen into Qin Su's hands long ago. At that time, the entire Northern Desolate region would have become Qin Su's world. However, why did he not move out in full force? This was a little thought-provoking. The black mist drifted and leisurely arrived beside Qin Su. A pair of sinister eyes appeared in the black mist. They scanned Qin Su and let out a strange laugh. Afterward, the pair of strange eyes looked at Xiao Yan. Kiki. Xiao Yan, you were lucky enough to escape last time. This time, I'd like to see who can save you. Xiao Yan did not pay too much attention to this. He extended his right hand and grasped the air. The pitch-black heavy buster sword immediately landed in his hand. The heavy sword emitted a soft sound as it descended. The wind pressure blew the sand and dust on the ground into a whirlwind, giving off a heavy aura. Xiao Yan did not say much. He used his actions to express his stance. There was no need for him to say anything more to these people who were neither human nor ghost. From Xiao Yan's point of view, the members of the Han clan must be exterminated. A strange laughter was once again emitted from the cluster of black fog when it saw this. Immediately, that pair of strange eyes exchanged glances with Qin Su. Soon after, their bodies moved and the 2 of them appeared on Xiao Yan's left and right, forming a pincer attack. Attack! Qin Su released a furious roar. Genesis Qi immediately gushed out from his body. The Genesis Qi condensed into a giant hand that ruthlessly slammed towards Xiao Yan. At the same time, strange black Genesis Qi also surged out from the black mist. The Genesis Qi rapidly intertwined in the air and turned into a giant ghostly hand. It emitted a series of sharp screeching noises as it thrust towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent in the face of the 2's attacks. He grasped the giant buster sword and with a thought, a faint blue flame immediately hovered above it. Waves of tremendous Genesis Qi energy were continuously poured into the giant buster sword. Immediately, an incomparably domineering and blazing aura spread from it. 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. Xiao Yan waved the enormous ruler and flipped it back and forth. 2 majestic flame ruler glows suddenly shot out. In the blink of an eye, they violently collided with the two Do techniques. Xiao Yan's body suddenly flashed the moment the explosion sounded. The remnant energy wave immediately swept apart. Soon after, two human figures charged out from the storm while Xiao Yan's body had already disappeared from the spot he originally stood. Chi. Following the sound of rushing wind appearing, Qin Su and that protector ibis once again gave close chase. However, in the blink of an eye, they had already appeared on both sides of Xiao Yan's body. A whip kick and a frightening-looking ghost claw violently attacked the fatal spots on Xiao Yan's body. Force Elephant Art, Golden Elephant Art, Wing Elephant Art. With all three arts activated, Xiao Yan's overall strength, defense and speed soared in the blink of an eye. A golden light barrier enveloped Xiao Yan's body as if it was solid. Terrifying physical strength gathered in every part of his body. His astonishing speed allowed Xiao Yan to easily deal with the attacks of two advanced origin transformation experts. The attacks of the two of them were in an extremely dangerous manner as they brushed past the black robe that Xiao Yan was wearing. That whipping kick was even close to Xiao Yan's face. That ghost claw had nearly pierced Xiao Yan's chest. Although Xiao Yan had dodged it, it still pierced a large hole through the black robe that he was wearing. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Yan was as calm as usual. The moment he dodged the attacks of the two, Xiao Yan immediately flipped the huge ruler in his hand. He twisted his body and viciously smashed into Qin Su's chest. The frightening force immediately caused Qin Su's internal organs to tremble. A muffled groan was emitted from Qin Su's throat and his entire body uncontrollably retreated backwards. Soon after, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and violently smashed his palm toward the cluster of strange black fog. The latter, however, was much more agile. When Xiao Yan's attack smashed toward it, a ka-ka sound of chains colliding was suddenly emitted from the black fog. Soon after, four long dark black chains suddenly shot out and blocked Xiao Yan's palm. Afterward, Xiao Yan flew back. Qin Su and the protector stared at Xiao Yan with sunken faces, especially Qin Su. After witnessing Xiao Yan's strength, he regretted what had happened a few years ago. If he had not hesitated so much back then and let Xiao Yan go, he would have become an expert at Origin King long ago. The northern wastelands would have become his territory long ago, and today's events would have never happened. At this moment, even Protector Gue, who was within the black fog, felt extremely surprised. He did not expect Xiao Yan's cultivation to be so strong. He was able to fight two advanced origin transformation experts by himself and remain in an invincible position. Thinking of his frightening growth rate, if they were unable to capture him today, Xiao Yan would definitely become a great enemy of their ghost hall in the future. God damn it, we can't keep fighting like this. This kid is much faster than us and his body is terrifyingly tough. I really don't know how this kid cultivates. Now's not the time to boost his morale. Taking him down through brute force probably won't work anymore, so we can only choose another path. A sinister smile flashed across Qin Su's face. Looking around, his gaze landed on Kai once again. Chapter 1060. On the northern mountain, Xiao Yan and Protector Qin Su faced each other in a large square. After 100 exchanges, the two of them were unable to gain the upper hand against Xiao Yan. There were even a few times where they were almost seriously injured by Xiao Yan. At this moment, the two of them appeared rather miserable. Qin Su's brocade robe had several large holes in it, and the red fist imprint was particularly clear. Traces of blood had dyed his brocade robe red, and even his face was bruised. Although Protector Bai by the side was not like the former, the strange black fog that lingered around his body had become much thinner under Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Even Protector Bai would feel an incomparable headache when faced with Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Adding this to Xiao Yan's shocking agility and speed, he was able to ensure that he remained in an invincible position for 100 exchanges. Knowing that the two of them were unable to easily suppress Xiao Yan, Qin Su turned his attention to Kai. He understood that the reason Xiao Yan had appeared on the northern mountain was largely because of Kai. Xiao Yan seemed to be very concerned about this disciple of his. Otherwise, he would not have taken on the entire northern desolate hall by himself. While the two of them were still facing each other, Qin Su suddenly twisted his body and appeared beside Kara in the blink of an eye. Under the girl's terrified gaze, he grabbed Kai's throat. Immediately, the girl's entire face rapidly turned red, and she continuously let out a series of indistinct moans. Kai. Seeing that Kara had been restrained by Qin Su again, the expression of Zhu Chang, who was lying on the ground in the distance, immediately changed. He forcefully supported his body and shakily climbed up from the ground. He forcefully endured the injuries in his body and walked towards Qin Su. At the same time, Xiao Yan finally returned to his senses. He did not expect that Qin Su would no longer take the initiative to attack and instead focus on Kai. By doing this, was he trying to force him to submit? Humph. A low and deep cold snort was emitted from Xiao Yan's nose when he thought of this. His toes pressed gently on the empty air and his body immediately turned into a ray of light that charged toward Qin Su with lightning-like speed. At almost the same time, Protector Qi, who had been staring at Xiao Yan, let out a strange laugh. Soon after, the black fog surged, turning into a black ray of light that swiftly blocked in front of Xiao Yan. It stood between Xiao Yan and Qin Su, blocking the latter. "TSK, TSK, 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 Xiao Yan, your opponent is me." Protector Yi let out a strange laugh. His body moved and charged toward Xiao Yan in front of him. Black fog surged. Black chains after chains shot out of the fog. They were like black poisonous venomous snakes as they pierced towards the vital spots on Xiao Yan's body at an extremely tricky angle. Scram. Xiao Yan's expression sunk. He viciously waved the giant ruler in his hand and a majestic ruler glow instantly shot out, ruthlessly sending the incoming pitch-black chains flying. At the same time, his body swiftly bypassed Protector Qi and continued to advance. Unfortunately, even though Xiao Yan's speed was quite fast, the Protector Ibis behind him was like a maggot in one's bones, unwilling to give up. Regardless of how fast Xiao Yan's speed was, he was still forcefully delayed by this fellow. This caused Xiao Yan's expression to become even gloomier. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I've already said that your opponent is me." Black fog churned as Protector Qi once again charged explosively towards Xiao Yan. The fury in Xiao Yan's heart grew even greater. The hand that held the heavy Shen ruler tightened its grip. When the black fog arrived in front of him, the giant ruler in his hand suddenly flew out. He swung 7 feet in succession and 7 majestic flaming ruler glows merged together at lightning speed. With an even more frightening might, they collided head-on with Protector Qi. The latter also did not show any signs of weakness. Strange black chains rapidly entwined and locked into a huge chain net. Black fog covered the sky as it rose into the sky. It was like a huge curtain that covered the sky and earth as it violently collided with the majestic ruler's light. On the other side, Qin Su firmly controlled Kai Air in his hand. After the collision between Xiao Yan and Protector Qi ended, he arrived beside Protector Qi. He looked at Xiao Yan with a ferocious smile and grinned. "Xiao Yan, your beloved disciple is now in my hands. Do you want her to live or do you want her to die?" As he spoke, Qin Su tightened his grip on Kai Air's hand. Kai Air's already breathing difficult body immediately began to struggle, her 2 lily-white hands frantically clawing at Qin Su's strong arm in an attempt to escape. However, Qin Su only needed to exert a little more force to cause Kai Air's movements to immediately turn sluggish. Her pretty face flushed red as a result. Upon seeing Qin Su's actions, Xiao Yan's expression immediately darkened. Murderous intent surged in his eyes as the Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body involuntarily began to circulate as a low voice was emitted. "Are you threatening me? What do you think?" "Humph, Xiao Yan, I will now give you 2 choices. 1. Obediently kneel down and be bound. 2. Watch this beautiful disciple of yours die before your eyes." Qin Su grinned sinisterly as if victory was already within his grasp. It was as if he could already see Xiao Yan's miserable appearance after being bound. "My apologies, but I have never been threatened by others. Therefore I choose the 3rd choice." "Oh? I'm very curious, what is the 3rd choice you speak of?" "I'll kill you." The instant these words left his mouth, Xiao Yan's figure abruptly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Qin Su. Under the latter's shocked gaze, a palm viciously slammed towards Qin Su's chest. "I'll do it." It was at this moment, however, that Protector Qi let out a loud roar. Her figure abruptly appeared in front of Xiao Yan as a bony and shriveled arm emerged from the black mist. Her blackened hand viciously swung towards Xiao Yan, while Qin Su took the opportunity to rapidly retreat. Bang! Xiao Yan's hand suddenly shook after the collision. A frightening force immediately poured out. Within the black mist, Protector Qi's expression abruptly changed. Her body flew backwards in a somewhat miserable manner. After stabilizing her body, she looked at her right hand that had collided with Xiao Yan. At this moment it was charred black. The frightening flame had burned away a layer of flesh on her hand. It was even possible to faintly see some dense white bones underneath. However, due to the temperature of the flame, Protector Qi had already lost all feeling in her right hand. Damned heavenly flame. Protector Qi viciously cursed in her heart. She did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually ignore their threat and actually dare to face them head-on. In this way it would be even more difficult for them to control Xiao Yan. Damn it, what are you doing? However, when Protector Qi turned her head to look at Qin Su, she saw that the latter's hands were swiftly forming a seal. Numerous rays of light swiftly entered the body of Kai. This fellow was actually planning on changing her eyes now. There is no point in leaving this stinking girl alive. It is better to finish her off now. However, Qin Su merely let out a cold snort in the face of Protector Qi's furious cry. The movements of his hands did not pause even a little. Qi, however, while Qin Su was still swiftly forming the seals in his hands, Zhu Chang's body suddenly charged over from a certain spot. Although there was no superposition of Do Qi, he still used his body to violently collide into Qin Su's body, breaking the seals that were being repeatedly formed between Qin Su's hands. What? The appearance of this scene immediately caused Qin Su's heart to be furious. He turned his head to look at Zhu Chang and parted his mouth to reveal a ferocious expression. He actually flipped his hand and violently swung it at Zhu Chang's chest. Grug. As a large mouthful of fresh blood was spat out like a pillar, the pupils in Zhu Chang's eyes suddenly shrunk. Soon after, they swiftly widened and the life force in his entire body instantly scattered. Brother? At the same time, Kare, who had personally witnessed her brother's death, revealed a despairing expression on her tear-filled pretty face. Her pair of pretty eyes swiftly turned completely red as fresh blood surged into them. A sharp cry that seemed to have been transmitted from the depths of hell pierced one's eardrums until it hurt. Even the expressions of those elite Dodi who were outside of the battle changed because of this. Shut up. Qin Su's expression changed. He flipped his hand and slapped Kai's pretty face with a pa sound. Kai's eyes immediately became lifeless. The dazzling color deep within her pair of pretty eyes also quietly turned scarlet red. Soon after, Qin Su once again lifted his hand to form a seal. Seemingly in order to prevent Xiao Yan, the speed at which he formed the seal this time around was much faster than before. On the other side, Xiao Yan's face immediately revealed a self-blame and endless killing intent when he personally saw Zhu Chang die in Qin Su's hands. Faced with Protector Gui's obstruction, Xiao Yan's attacks became even more ferocious and powerful. In an instant, Protector Gui was actually firmly suppressed by Xiao Yan. At the same time, the seal between Qin Su's hands was also completed. Soon after, his face carried a dense expression as he lifted his gaze and exchanged glances with Kara in front of him. This time around, the gazes of the two eyes directly reached their souls. Qin Su's aim was to completely snatch the illusionary spirit eyes from the other party's body and soul. Time flowed. Soon 10 minutes had passed. The battle had already reached its climax, but during the entire process, Xiao Yan had firmly suppressed Protector Gui. Under Xiao Yan's fierce attacks, Protector Gui did not even have the chance to catch his breath. His initiative to restrain Xiao Yan had completely vanished. He did not even have the chance to withdraw himself, let alone restrain Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan wanted to, he could easily circle around Protector Gui. However, the current Xiao Yan only wanted to kill him as quickly as possible. However, it was at this moment that an unexpected change occurred on Qin Su's side. The originally normal stripping process suddenly took place. Kai-Er's illusionary spirit eyes caused the Genesis bead in the Qi vortex in Qin Su's body to vibrate. Before the illusionary spirit eyes could be embedded into Qin Su's eyes, the enormous amount of Genesis Qi in the Genesis bead began to flow uncontrollably. It flowed along the various channels in Qin Su's body, passing through his organs and even his body. Regardless of whether it came from the inside or outside, it all poured into Kai-Er's body. What? At this moment, Qin Su finally realized that something was wrong, but it was also at this moment that he was horrified to find that he could no longer control his body. In other words, he could only watch as the Genesis bead in his body continuously sent wave after wave of power into Kai-Er's body, while he himself grew increasingly weak. No, what is going on? Hurry and stop. Hurry and stop. No. I don't want it anymore. I don't want the illusionary spirit eyes anymore. I don't want it anymore. Someone come and stop me. Qin Su frantically screamed in his heart, but there was not the slightest change in his expression. This made it so that the North Desolate Hall elders and deacons outside did not notice. As for the others, after seeing Zhu Chang's miserable state, they chose to remain silent regardless of whether they had such thoughts in their hearts. The battle in the arena continued. However, almost everyone's eyes only focused on Xiao Yan and Protector Ibis. As for Qin Su, the situation was so calm that even the members of the Northern Desolate Hall could not be bothered to pay attention to him. Bang! With a heavy punch, Protector Gui's body was violently sent flying. At this moment, more than half of the dense black fog that had originally surrounded his body had scattered, revealing a somewhat illusory body. This fellow was clearly another spiritual body. The killing intent in Xiao Yan's heart grew even denser as he looked at the familiar strange mask. His attacks also became even sharper, especially with the special suppressive effect of the heavenly flame on the black fog, allowing Xiao Yan to gain the upper hand. Damn it. Qin Su, you bastard, what exactly are you doing? With a furious curse, Xiao Yan's body once again pressed forward before Protector Gue could do anything. At the same time, his gaze also noticed Kai, on the other side. While he was worried for her in his heart, a ruthless expression suddenly surfaced on his face. After forcing back Protector Gue once again, Xiao Yan heavily rubbed his hands together. Two clusters of different colored flames suddenly rose from Xiao Yan's palms. They were the Sea Heart Flame and the Bone-Chilling Flame. Soon after, a familiar scene from the past once again appeared. The two hands rubbed together and the turbulent surging flames immediately intertwined together. At the same time, the face under Protector Gue's mask involuntarily twitched intensely when he saw this scene. Damn it. This lunatic is going to use that move again. Protector Gue looked at Qin Su with horror in his heart. He knew in his heart that he would not be able to bring Xiao Yan back today. Moreover, the most terrible thing was that he had seen Xiao Yan use this move. It was one of the trump cards that Xiao Yan had created, the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. Insatiably greedy thing, you can fend for yourself. After cursing Qin Su, Protector Gue's body hurriedly flashed and swiftly flew towards the distant horizon in an attempt to escape from the hands of this devil in front of him. After all, everyone within the ghost hall was clearly aware of the terror of the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. Faced with Xiao Yan's current terrifying fighting strength, it was likely that he had no other choice but to flee. Unfortunately, how could Xiao Yan allow him to leave so easily? Xiao Yan, I have indeed underestimated your strength. However, it is absolutely impossible for you to kill me. I will remember this debt. As his voice sounded out, Protector Gue's body had already appeared in the sky outside of the crowd. His speed was so quick that it caused people to gasp in amazement. However, just as Protector Gue was about to flee, a pitch-black tent suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. Soon after, Xiao Yan, who was holding a green-white fire lotus in one hand, stepped out from within. His face was stern. Subsequently, under the latter's terrified gaze, the fire lotus in his hand was violently pressed against Protector Gue's chest. Chapter 1061. Boom. A gigantic fire lotus bloomed on the peak of the northern mountain. The heavens and earth shook and the wind and clouds stirred. An energy storm filled with an aura of destruction suddenly swept out. The expressions of everyone in the air above the mountain changed drastically. Their faces were filled with terror as they desperately turned and rushed down the mountain, afraid that they would be caught up in this energy storm and suffer a calamity. At this moment, even the elders and deacons of the northern desolate hall disregarded everything else and fled. As for Qin Su and Kai, no one paid any attention to them. If it weren't for Xiao Yan deliberately dispelling the energy storm that approached them, the two of them would have been seriously injured. After a long while, when the storm dissipated, Xiao Yan turned his head and looked at Qin Su and Kai with an indifferent expression. Xiao Yan scrunched his brows together when he saw the two's appearance. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to attack, his heart trembled slightly and he stopped. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan could faintly feel that there seemed to be an extremely powerful force constantly gathering and increasing in Kai's body. The strength of this force was something Xiao Yan had never felt from Kai's body before. It could be said that such a powerful force could only be achieved in a short period of time. As these thoughts whirled in his mind, Xiao Yan suspiciously looked at Qin Su. If that was the case, then the only explanation was Qin Su. Could it be? Xiao Yan lifted his eyebrows. He seemed to have thought of something. A thought immediately passed through his mind and the enormous spiritual strength between his brows immediately surged out. It gently adhered itself to Qin Su's body and carefully probed. When Xiao Yan sensed the tremendous Genesis Qi rapidly flowing out of Qin Su's body, the expression in his eyes suddenly froze. He never imagined that Qin Su, who originally wanted to steal Kai-Er's illusionary spirit eyes, would suffer a backlash from Kai-Er. Now, not only was he unable to obtain the illusionary spirit eyes, but his cultivation had also been cleanly devoured. This was truly surprising. Xiao Yan glanced at Kai-Er's body and saw that a large amount of energy was still crazily gathering. Based on Xiao Yan's probing, Kai-Er's cultivation was close to the initial stage of the origin transformation realm. Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, He could not help but inhale a breath of cool air when he sensed this. He sighed emotionally in his heart. Just think of how many years he had trained and how much hardship he had suffered in order to reach the intermediate stage of the origin transformation realm. On the other hand, Kai had only just matured, yet she already possessed such a cultivation. This made him feel a great amount of pressure as her teacher. From the looks of Kai's situation, it would likely continue for another half an hour or so. Xiao Yin was not in a hurry during this period of time. However, at this moment, another beautiful figure finally arrived on the path up the mountain. It was the little fairy doctor. For safety reasons, Xiao Yin had originally arranged for the little fairy doctor to stay at the foot of the mountain. He never imagined that she would actually follow him up. Although she was a little slow, she had managed to avoid all the trouble. Xiao Yin smiled helplessly at the sight of the little fairy doctor. He had some guesses about what had happened. After all, he was all too familiar with the former. So you still came up after all. With a long sigh, Xiao Yin swallowed a medicinal pill. After using the angry Buddha lotus flame, he had consumed quite a lot of Genesis Qi. This was likely due to the fact that the heavenly flame in his body was still his main body. The stronger the heavenly flame, the more energy it consumed. This was also why a single angry Buddha lotus flame could kill an advanced origin transformation stage expert in a single blow. It wasn't easy to see you again. I really couldn't bear to see you leave, afraid that you wouldn't be able to return again. The little fairy doctor smiled warmly. Although her smile appeared free and easy, her beautiful eyes contained a different kind of charm. Xiao Yin could not help but scratch his head when he heard this. He naturally understood what she meant by, again. However, Xiao Yin quickly raised his head again. A dazzling smile appeared from the corners of his mouth as he slowly said, "Don't worry. Don't worry, I won't get lost this time." The little fairy doctor smiled happily when she saw the smile on Xiao Yan's face. However, her eyes could not help but turn misty. Xiao Yin could not help but be taken aback. He hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to move, the little fairy doctor hurriedly rubbed her eyes and smiled. "When did you learn to say such witty things?" The two fell silent for a while. Very soon, the process of devouring Qin Su's Genesis Qi finally came to an end. The temporary deadlock was broken, and the atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. Er's body went limp and she nearly fell backwards. Xiao Yin hurriedly helped her up, and the little fairy doctor also cast her gaze over. As for Qin Su, his cultivation had been devoured by Ke, and the latter had now become a cripple. Kai, who had fallen to the ground, was temporarily unconscious. However, a teardrop fell from the corner of her eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Yin sighed deeply and gently placed her on the ground. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards Qin Su, who had also fainted. A stern expression flashed deep within his eyes. Xiao Yin glanced at Zhu Chang's corpse, which had been smashed into the ground a short distance away. He took out a crystal coffin from his storage ring and stored it. After which, he led the little fairy doctor, Kai and Qin Su away from the northern mountain. Along the way, Xiao Yan's group passed by the Scarlet Desert. At this point, Xiao Yin could not help but recall the first time he had met Xing Qian. He also remembered that he still owed that elder a pill. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with gratitude when he thought of Xing Qian. After all, if not for the latter, he would have already fallen into Qin Su's hands. Thinking back, Xiao Yin could not help but sigh. However, at this moment Kai woke up, and Qin Su naturally died at Kai's hands. This could be considered as her personally taking revenge for her brother. This was also the reason why Xiao Yin had brought Qin Su along. Even though killing someone was not the most effective way to solve everything, Qin Su had killed Kai's brother in front of her. If he did not take revenge, Xiao Yin was afraid that it would sooner or later become a knot in Kai's heart. This would have a great impact on her future. Of course, one could tell how Kai felt after killing someone from the tears that continuously rolled down her cheeks. Xiao Yin did not comfort her or stop her. There were many things that needed to be borne by one's own self. The painful process also needed to be digested and absorbed by oneself. The help of others would often be mixed into other ingredients and would not necessarily achieve a good result. On the contrary, if Kai was able to bear it alone and walk out of the haze of this matter, Xiao Yin was certain that Kai had already become half a strong person. As for the other half, it was her own cultivation. After the matter of the northern mountain came to an end, Xiao Yan's group left the northern mountain a day later. After passing through the Scarlet Desert, they arrived at Feng City. This was the most central area of the northern wastelands. Recently, a grand event that occurred once every 5 years in Feng City was being held here. Obsidian Tower. Chapter 1062. Over 2 months had passed since the opening of the Obsidian Tower. More and more people gathered in Feng City, but until today, not a single person had been able to successfully enter the Obsidian Tower. This was because of the Black God of Death standing in front of the Obsidian Tower. Since the opening of the Obsidian Tower 2 months ago, many experts had entered the Obsidian Tower one after another. However, all of them had been killed by a single punch from the black figure after they had stepped through the door. A simple punch had blasted apart a 9-star Do D-class expert. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to be stunned. Numerous shocked gazes gathered on the Obsidian Tower. The shock and fear in their hearts caused them to shrink back. Very soon, the Eastern, Western, and Western Hall Masters of the Northern Wasteland Hall gathered in Feng City as usual. After not seeing each other for 5 years, the Eastern and Western Hall Masters had already reached the peak of the advanced 9-star Do D realm. They were only a step away from the Origin Transformation realm. Of course, it was this step that they might never have the opportunity to take in their entire lives. As for the Southern Hall Master, he had not left the Southern Hall during the 5 years of punishment. However, his cultivation did not remain stagnant. In these 5 years, the Southern Hall Master's cultivation had also risen to the intermediate level of the Origin Transformation realm. His cultivation was currently the strongest in Feng City. There was no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Even so, when the three of them saw the black figure in the Obsidian Tower, their hearts trembled slightly. They could clearly feel an extremely overbearing killing intent from the black figure. That kind of energy was extremely heavy. Even the Southern Hall Master, who was at the intermediate level of the Origin Transformation realm, felt some pressure in his heart. However, the thing that caused the Nan Hall Chief's heart to be most shocked was that he recognized this fellow standing in front of the entrance of the Black Bright Tower. Was this not the puppet that had been following beside Xiao Yan back then? Back then, this puppet had been sealed within the Black Bright Tower. It was unexpected that after 5 years, this thing had not only not been shattered by the frightening gravity of the Black Bright Tower, but had instead used it to strengthen itself. That's right. This black figure was none other than the North King who had been sealed in the Obsidian Tower because of the South Hall Master 5 years ago. 5 years had passed, but the North King had not been destroyed by the Obsidian Tower. Instead, he had become even stronger. Even the South Palace Master would be moved by his strength. Looking at the North King in front of him, the South Palace Master's mind spun rapidly. Greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. Back then, when he was a 9-star Do D, this puppet had caused him to suffer greatly. The Northern King's fighting strength and defensive strength could be considered frightening. Now that the Northern King had spent 5 years in the Obsidian Tower, if he could control it, Qin Su would naturally no longer have the ability to threaten him if his own cultivation was added to it. However, due to the presence of the East and West Hall Masters beside him, the South Palace Master temporarily suppressed this thought in his heart. If he were to act now and be discovered by the two of them, it would definitely cause quite a lot of trouble for him. Additionally, if he was unable to control the North King and ended up provoking Qin Su, the result would not be worth it. Hence, the South Palace Master's plan was to wait for the two of them to leave. This wait lasted for 2 months. Currently, there were only a few days left before the Obsidian Tower would close. The East and West Hall Masters clearly had no intention of leaving. This caused the South Palace Master to become increasingly nervous. While he was feeling anxious, the South Palace Master took advantage of the absence of the East and West Hall Masters to arrive in front of the Obsidian Tower alone. Seeing the North King standing in front of the Obsidian Tower like a metal tower, the South Palace Master's fiery emotions immediately became somewhat impatient. He hurriedly arrived in front of the Obsidian Tower and stopped a few meters away. However, he did not dare to continue forward. This was because he had already seen the North King raise his head. A pair of empty eyes were emotionlessly staring at him. The South Palace Master did not doubt that if he continued to take another step forward, the North King would immediately attack him. Even with the South Palace Master's current cultivation, he was not confident that he could defeat the North King. Fortunately, this distance was enough for him to do something to the North King. With a thought, the soul strength of a mid-origin transformation expert spread out and carefully approached the North King. A while later, when the South Palace Master's soul strength successfully entered the North King's body, an unconcealable smile appeared on his face. The successful entry of his soul strength meant that the first step to controlling the North King had been completed. However, just as the Southern Hall Chief's spiritual strength had already entered the depths of the Northern King's body and was preparing to leave a spiritual brand, he suddenly realized that no matter how his spiritual strength attacked the original spiritual brand, the spiritual brand did not move at all. His attacks seemed to have no effect. 15 minutes later, the Southern Hall chief, who had an impatient expression, finally waved his sleeves hatefully. He could not help but curse angrily. God damn it. What's going on? Why can't I break through the brand? Of course you won't be able to break through it. When I created this soul brand, I had already made all the necessary preparations. Unless I take the initiative to erase it, no one can forcefully erase it. Once the soul brand is forcefully destroyed, this puppet will automatically be destroyed as well. In addition, with your early fourth step soul force, you think too highly of yourself if you want to break through my soul brand. Just as the South Hall Master cursed, a disdainful voice suddenly sounded in the sky above the square where the obsidian tower was located. The South Hall Master's expression instantly changed. He turned around to look, but he could not find the person who had spoken. This deepened the fear in his heart, and the expression on his face instantly became solemn. Who are you? Why are you hiding? If you have the ability, come out and say those words to me. Haha, South Palace Master, after not seeing you for a few years, you've actually forgotten who the owner of this puppet is? The soft laughter was once again emitted. This time around, the South Palace Master could hear it clearly. That voice seemed to be coming from above his head. Soon after, the South Palace Master hurriedly lifted his head and looked over. He saw a young man in a black robe standing above his head. The thing that shocked him the most was that he had not sensed any aura fluctuation from this man earlier. When did you? Before the South Palace Master could cry out in shock, the figure above his head suddenly lifted his foot and stomped heavily on the South Palace Master's shoulder. His entire body also borrowed the force to fly forward. After which, he landed on the ground a short distance away. He turned around and revealed a handsome face. At this moment, he was looking at the South Palace Master with a smile. It's you. Seeing this somewhat familiar face, the black-robed figure from 5 years ago immediately surfaced in the South Palace Master's mind. His appearance was exactly the same as the person in front of him. In an instant, the South Palace Master had an illusion in his heart. It was as though he had suddenly returned to 5 years ago. However, compared to the situation 5 years ago, the situation today would definitely be very different. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 1063. On the plaza, Xiao Yan's figure stood straight. Two beautiful figures swiftly flew over from a short distance behind him. Soon after, they stood on either side of Xiao Yan as they icily stared at the South Hall Master. It's been 5 years since we last met. South Hall Master, how have you been? Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. His face revealed a harmless expression. However, the Nan Hall chief was not a fool. Xiao Yan was able to stand above his head without him noticing. If Xiao Yan did not possess some strength, it was impossible for him to do so. He did not doubt in his heart that Xiao Yan's current cultivation was likely not inferior to him. Kit, you're still alive. The corners of the South Hall Master's mouth could not help but twitch. He simply could not believe that Xiao Yan was still alive after 5 years. He had originally believed that the latter had already fallen into Qin Su's hands. He never imagined that they would meet again today, and under such circumstances at that. How can I die when you're still alive? Xiao Yan icily chuckled when he heard this. He took a step forward, and the aura of the mid-origin transformation stage unfurled like an invisible storm. The South Hall Master's expression abruptly changed. Mid-origin transformation stage, how is this possible? It's been 5 years. South Hall Master, I wonder how much you've improved? Xiao Yan grinned. The tip of his foot gently pushed off the ground, and his figure immediately transformed into a streak of black light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the South Hall Master. He swung his fist and viciously swung it at the latter's head. Don't be too arrogant, brat. So what if you're at the mid-origin transformation stage? Others may be afraid of you, but I'm not. The South Hall Master's expression immediately darkened at the sight of Xiao Yan's powerful attack. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body began to rapidly circulate, gathering in his palm. His hand abruptly clenched into a fist, and he threw a punch at Xiao Yan without showing any weakness. Bang! Their fists collided a split second later. A muffled sound rang out as two intense waves of energy ruthlessly slammed into each other. However, before a sinister look could appear on the South Hall Master's face, an extremely terrifying force abruptly erupted from Xiao Yan's fist. Together with the Genesis Qi, it instantly neutralized all the energy on the South Hall Master's fist. Subsequently, the remaining force viciously slammed into the South Hall Master's fist with unstoppable force. Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, the South Hall Master's right arm was forcefully broken by Xiao Yan's punch. His entire arm twisted, revealing the broken bones that were still attached to his flesh. Fresh blood quickly dyed the South Hall Master's robes red. A miserable shriek abruptly rang out at this moment, the deafening sound echoing throughout the entire Feng city. Most of the experts in the city were alarmed at this moment, including the East and West Hall Masters. Very quickly, numerous human figures swarmed over from all directions. Within a short few minutes, the large open ground was covered by densely packed human figures. Countless pairs of eyes revealed a shocked expression as they looked at the miserable state of the South Hall Master. Everyone felt disbelief in their hearts. Given the South Hall Master's cultivation, he was actually injured to such an extent by this black-robed young man. Just where did this young man come from? Xiao Yin hovered in the air at the center of the square. He coldly stared at the South Hall Master as a sliver of killing intent flashed through the depths of his eyes. At this moment, the South Hall Chief's heart was filled with fear. He really did not expect Xiao Yin in front of him to grow to such an extent within a short 5 years. The strength of a single punch was actually this frightening. Even he, who was at the intermediate origin transformation stage, was unable to block it. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening Xiao Yan's fighting strength would be if he were to unleash his full strength. What do you want? A somewhat hoarse voice trembled as it was spat out from the South Hall Master's mouth. At this moment, the latter's face was flushed red. The pain of losing his arm was simply unbearable. However, he clearly understood that compared to losing his arm, his life was more important at this moment. What do you think? You almost took my life 5 years ago, and now that I've returned, you're asking me what I want? Don't you think your words are a little laughable? The corners of Xiao Yan's mouth slowly curled into an icy smile. He had never been merciful to his enemies. Anyone who could threaten his life had to be killed. Even if he could not eliminate them, he had to remove their claws that could harm him. It was obvious that the South Hall Master did not fall into the latter category. The South Hall Master's heart abruptly sank when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He forcefully endured the heart-wrenching pain and quickly scanned his surroundings. Subsequently, he frantically circulated the Genesis Qi in his body, and his figure flashed as he rapidly fled Feng City. However, the moment the South Hall Master moved, the North King, who had been standing motionless in front of the obsidian tower, suddenly shot forward like a cannonball. He caught up to the South Hall Master's figure in the blink of an eye and delivered a powerful kick to the South Hall Master's chest under the latter's terrified gaze. Bang! Fresh blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs spurted out. The body of the South Hall Master instantly fell like a meteor and smashed into the square below. The frightening force caused the ground within 1,000 feet of his body to cave in. The body of the South Hall Master was buried deep within the ground. However, the moment the South Hall Master's body smashed into the ground, the North King's body also descended from the sky like a black iron tower. He instantly sank into the ground with a loud thud, and the South Hall Master's aura dissipated from the depths of the earth. Seeing everything that was happening before their eyes, everyone present had a dumbfounded expression. Only a small number of people present had faces of horror, and their hearts were extremely anxious as they thought about how to leave. Afterward, the North King returned to Xiao Yan's side under his control. Xiao Yan could not help but smile in satisfaction when he saw the North King's purplish-gold body. When the North King had been sealed in the obsidian tower, he had been afraid that he would be destroyed by the terrifying pressure. He had never thought that not only would the North King not be destroyed, but he would even benefit from the disaster. Just from the astonishing speed and explosive power he had displayed earlier, Xiao Yan could imagine that the North King's current battle prowess was probably equivalent to a late origin transformation expert. Such strength would be of great assistance to the current Xiao Yan. Rumble! It was also at this moment that the door to the obsidian tower slowly closed with a loud bang. The obsidian tower only opened once every 5 years. This time, no one was able to enter because of the North King's appearance. This made everyone grumble inside, but that was all they could do. After the obsidian tower was completely shut, the surrounding observers began to scatter in all directions while carrying various emotions. However, just as these people were about to leave the square, Xiao Yan's soft laughter suddenly sounded again. Since the two of you are already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Chapter 1064. The bodies of everyone present involuntarily paused the moment Xiao Yan's words were emitted. Soon after, a countless number of gazes turned over and once again landed on Xiao Yan's body. There were 2 people among them who coincidentally collided with Xiao Yan's gaze. A countless number of gazes locked onto Xiao Yan. Everyone's hearts were filled with surprise. This black-robed man in front of them had already killed the Southern Hall chief. Why was he stopping them now? Could it be that he wanted to kill all of them? Although they more or less had some doubt in their hearts, no one dared to voice it out. Only the two people who were currently being stared at by Xiao Yan were extremely terrified in their hearts as they stood still on the spot. Their bodies were like statues, unable to move even a little. They were certain that the two people that Xiao Yan had mentioned earlier were undoubtedly the two of them. In other words, Xiao Yan had not only killed the Southern Hall chief, but he had also. It wasn't until a long while later that one of the two said with a trembling voice, "Brother Yi, the matter of the South Hall Master has nothing to do with us. May I ask if you can be magnanimous and let us leave?" The two of them hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed to Xiao Yan as they spoke. What a joke. The person currently in front of them was an origin transformation expert. With their strength, what else could they do other than submit to him? As for the death of the Southern Hall chief, they could at most head to the Northern Mountain and report it to the Hall chief after they returned. The two of them were not concerned about the life and death of that fellow. Everyone present immediately threw their eyes to the two of them after these words were uttered. Everyone only understood in their hearts after seeing the robes that the two of them were wearing. No wonder Xiao Yan had called for them to stop. These two were actually the Eastern and Western Hall chiefs of the Northern Desolate Hall. If that was the case, not only had Xiao Yan killed the South Hall Master, but he had also turned around to kill the two of them. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan was intent on becoming enemies with the Northern Desolated Hall. Of course, the people present did not know that the Northern Desolated Hall had already been destroyed. They still believed that Qin Su was still around and that the Northern Desolated Hall was still the overlord of the Northern Desolated region. They did not know just what kind of interesting expression would appear on their faces if they learned that the Northern Desolated Hall had already been destroyed. "I think there's no need to leave. Stay." A smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. He looked at the East and West Hall Masters with a smile. A glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. The hearts of the East and West Hall Masters immediately turned cold when they heard Xiao Yan's words. The person in front of them was still unwilling to let them off. The two of them could not help but look at each other when they thought of this. They could see the despair in each other's eyes. They violently clenched their teeth. Even though they knew that they were no match for Xiao Yan, they were unwilling to just stand there and wait for death. However, at the next moment, Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled when they were prepared to fight to the death. He said, "Don't worry. Stay and join me. Join Xiao Gate." These words were like a bolt from the blue that exploded in the minds of everyone present. Ker's face was at a loss. Only the little fairy doctor's pretty face revealed a surprised expression. At the same time, the faction that had shaken the Black Corner region back then surfaced in her mind. Xiao Gate. This also meant that Xiao Yan would rebuild his faction in this place. Xiao Yan's name would also resound throughout the entire northern region. However, almost everyone present held a doubtful attitude in the face of Xiao Yan's words. They had never heard of this so-called Xiao Gate. Could it be another new sect in the northern region? As for the East and West Hall Masters, their faces also revealed different expressions. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan had called them back for this reason. After thinking for a while in their hearts, the expressions on the faces of the two Hall Masters became a little ugly. Whether they submitted or not concerned their lives. Once they submitted to Xiao Yan, it would be difficult for them to answer to the Northern Desolate Hall. They would definitely be viewed as enemies and be listed as a must-kill. They were extremely familiar with the strength of Hall Master Qin Su. If the latter wanted to kill them, it would be no different from pinching an ant to death. However, if they did not submit, it was very likely that Xiao Yan would immediately turn hostile. In that case, their situation would be even more dangerous. After thinking for a while, the two of them clenched their teeth and secretly raised the dou qi in their bodies. At the same time, they cupped their hands together and bowed to Xiao Yan from afar. "I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao Yan. Although the two of us know that we are no match for you, the two of us are unable to do something like betraying our own sect. Therefore, there is one thing that I have forgotten to tell you." Xiao Yan curled his lips and smiled. His face carried a mocking expression. The so-called not betraying their own sect was merely a high-sounding excuse for these two people. With Xiao Yan's experience in dealing with people, he could clearly see through the thoughts of these two people. The hearts of the Eastern and Western Hall Masters involuntarily sank when they saw the mocking expression on Xiao Yan's face. The happier Xiao Yan smiled, the more uneasy they felt in their hearts. The dou qi in their bodies swiftly circulated throughout their bodies. The two of them were already prepared to flee this place. "The Hall Master of the Northern Desolate Hall, Qin Su, has already been killed by me on the Northern Mountain one day ago. Therefore the Northern Desolate Hall has already been destroyed. From today onwards, the Northern Desolate Hall will no longer exist in the Northern Desolate Hall. The Shao Gate will also be officially established in Feng City. As these words rang out, everyone's spirits shook, and their hearts were filled with incomparable shock. What kind of power was the Northern Wastelands Hall? Qin Su's cultivation was extremely powerful. Even in the entire Northern Wastelands, it was not impossible to say that there was no one who could be a match for him, but there were definitely very few of them. In addition to his murderous nature, it caused his ferocious reputation to soar. There was almost no one who dared to face him head-on. However, there was actually someone who could kill such a bloodthirsty butcher in the Northern Desolate Hall. Moreover, it was such a handsome young man. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, even the Eastern and Western Hall masters did not dare to believe Xiao Yan's words. They were clearly aware of just how powerful Qin Su was. Qin Su had not only relied on his fierce reputation in the outside world to be able to survive in the Northern Desolate Hall for so many years. Most importantly, it was naturally his outstanding strength. However, Xiao Yan had actually casually mentioned that the former had already been killed by him. This was a little too high-sounding. Haha, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. He had already expected this. Of course, these people would not believe him and obediently follow him just because of his words, so, with a wave of his sleeve, the storage ring on his finger suddenly flashed. Following which, a tattered corpse fell to the center of the square with a bang. When everyone present focused their eyes on it, shock immediately appeared on the faces of the Eastern and Western Hall masters. This was because the corpse was none other than the Hall Master of the Northern Desolate Hall, Qin Su.